A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, one of the replies Mr. Race got to his ad looking for a partner with whom he could go into business was from a beauty shop proprietor, a man whose wife managed the shop for him. Mr. Race talked it over with Jane last night, and she decided to drop in at the shop today, have her hair done, and do some private investigating. It's almost 6 o'clock as we look in on the Aces now and find Mr. Race and Marge waiting for Jane to come home to dinner. Listen.
I know, Marge, but does it take all day for her to have her hair washed?
Oh, practically all day. It's not only a matter of having it washed, my friend. We women have to go through some pretty torturous things to be made beautiful.
Oh, don't hand me that. She couldn't possibly be there all this time just being fixed up. She's managed to mess this up somehow.
Oh, stop crying before you're hurt. She probably didn't get an appointment till late this afternoon. What did she call the beauty shop?
Oh, this morning, I guess. I don't know.
Well, they probably couldn't take her till this afternoon. Maybe late this afternoon. She'll be coming in pretty soon.
Nothing told me not to let her do this.
Well, why not? I think it was a good idea. As long as you had the beauty shop proposition, why not get first-hand information? And what better way than have Jane go there and have her hair done? She didn't give a real name, did she?
No, she said she wouldn't. I don't know. I left here this morning before she called.
Well, don't look so upset and get yourself into a state over nothing. Why, you haven't even decided whether you're going into this deal or not, and look at you.
Well, I've been thinking it over today, and it has some possibilities.
Oh, then you're seriously considering it?
Well, it has its good points. In the first place, it's a part-time investment.
What do you mean part-time?
Well, I don't have to put up a $2,500 according to this man's letter. And in the second place, I don't have to be there to run it.
That's a good thing. I can imagine nothing more distressing than you sitting around the beauty shop all afternoon listening to the chatter that goes on there.
Well, that's a point in its favor. I can be working, doing something else, and still have my money working for me in this business.
I see. Well, these people that own the shop, are they trustworthy?
Well, we're looking them up.
Well, who's we?
Well, my lawyer's kind of snooping around. Of course, we'll want to see their books.
Well, if you're not going to be there yourself, aren't you at least going to have a representative or somebody there looking after your interests?
Well, that's the point that we debated today. He seems to think...
Your lawyer, you mean?
Yes, he seems to think I ought to let Jane do that.
Jane? You mean you'd let her run the place for you?
Oh, no. What does she know about running a business? This man's wife actually runs the place. She's been in this business for 5 years.
Well, then where does Jane come in?
Oh, I don't know. I wish she would come in. It's 6 o'clock. You can't tell me that all she's doing there...
Now, take it easy. Sit down. She'll be here in a few minutes. Are you hungry? Is that it?
No, I'm not hungry, but I'm worried about her being over there so long. Why did she make the appointment for so late in the afternoon?
You should be glad of that. If you're going into the beauty shop business, you should be glad to know they couldn't take her till late, that they were all filled up. Look at it that way.
Yes, they do a pretty good business, I guess. I was surprised about this beauty shop business. This man sent me this data on it. The women of this country spend $175 million a year in beauty shops.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, I was. I didn't know that it was that big a proposition.
Sure. What woman do you know that doesn't go to a beauty shop? Some of them not as often as others, but they do go.
They do, huh?
Certainly. Now, you take the place I go to.
Yes? What is it, Laura?
Is Mrs. Ace home yet?
No, not yet.
Is dinner getting cold, Laura?
Well, not cold, ma'am, but it's after 6.
What time did Mrs. Ace leave here this morning, Laura?
Oh, she didn't leave till this afternoon. She went to the beauty shop.
Yes, I know. What time was it?
Around 2 o'clock.
Laura, where do you get your hair done?
Oh, thank you, ma'am. You're the second one today that asked me.
Oh, the second?
Yeah. I guess it does look pretty nice today.
Yes, it does. Where'd you get it done?
Oh, I washed it myself last night.
Washed it yourself?
Yes, sir. I guess it does look pretty nice. It always does.
What do you mean you washed it yourself? Do a lot of women wash their own hair?
Oh, no, not a lot. Laura, don't you ever go to a beauty shop?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
There, see?
How often do you go, Laura?
Oh, I go to a beauty shop?
Yeah, to a beauty shop. How often do you go?
Oh, well, let's see. I've gone about... I've gone 2 or 3 other times this year.
2 or 3? Well, Marge, that kind of upsets your theory about women spending so much time in beauty shops.
Well, Laura's one of the very few exceptions, I guess.
Yes, I guess I am. Oh, it's not that I don't like to go, sir.
Oh, it's not?
No, sir, I like to go. just that I can't afford it.
Oh, you can't afford it. Well, what does it cost you when you go?
Oh, $1.
$1?
Oh, yes, sir. Unless I don't take the manicure. But I can get the shampoo and the set and the manicure for $1.
What kind of a beauty shop is that?
Oh, there are bargains even in beauty.
Yes, ma'am. But now I can go more often.
Now?
Why now?
Oh, well, since Mrs. A said she'd give me a pass to her beauty
Give
shop.
you a pass? Did you say she promised to give you a pass?
Oh, yes, sir. She said she would. I didn't ask her, sir.
Oh, she just volunteered it.
Oh, no, sir. She just said she would. She didn't give it to me yet.
Oh, that must be Jane now. Let her in, will you, Laura?
Yes, ma'am.
Imagine that. Said she'd give her a pass. to the beauty
Pretty
shop.
nice being the proprietor of a beauty shop. I wonder if Jane could pass me into an egg shampoo.
Oh, hello, Laura.
Ma'am.
You like it?
Ma'am, what happened to you?
What is it? What now?
What is it, Jane? What's it? Oh,
What?
my goodness.
Oh, hello, Marge. Hello, dear.
What in heaven's name did you do to yourself?
Oh, do you like it? It's a henna rinse.
But, Jane, what did you do to yourself?
A henna rinse?
Yes, and a new hairdress. This curl in front here.
Oh, isn't that awful?
Well, what are you laughing about?
Jane, what did you do?
What did I do? Now, don't stand there and tell me that you didn't know I was going to that beauty shop.
I knew you were but why come home looking like this? Look at you. Who are you? What are you supposed to be? Red hair and... Oh...
Now, just a minute. I'm getting mad. And stop that laughing, Marge.
Oh, I'm sorry. What a red-headed temper you've got.
Now, just a minute. I heard that remark, Marge.
Who asked you to do this to yourself? Who knew you were going to be made into this?
Didn't I tell you that I was going to find out about that beauty shop?
Yes, Jane, but I didn't...
Well, I did. I found out everything. And I even went to the trouble of bringing home this sample, and you said...
Sample? What sample?
This henna rinse. I had everything. I wanted to see how good they are.
So you had... Oh...
Jane, I don't know how you had the courage to do it.
Courage? Well, what's that got to do with it? I just did it for him.
For me? Did I ask you to change the color of your hair? And watercolor?
It's not watercolor. It's a henna
I
rinse.
said watercolor.
Oh, excuse me. I thought...
And that silly curl in front.
That's the latest curl, Miss Grace.
Yes, and they do it very nicely, I think.
All right, the curl. I can forgive that. But this other nightmare, what on earth were you thinking about?
I was thinking about you.
About me?
Yes, about you. Now, I hope you're sorry.
Oh, you'll never know how sorry.
Well, I sure hope you would be.
But tell us about it, Jane. How is it?
The beauty shop?
Yes, is it a nice shop, and do they have customers?
Yes, they've got everything. And they do very nice work. You can see that.
Yes.
And the woman that runs it, what did you say?
Nothing.
Yes, you did. You said yes, and you said it very, well, I didn't like
Oh,
it.
you didn't?
I certainly didn't. Now, just don't say anything.
Oh, redhead.
Oh, you like it now, huh?
No, I don't like it.
Oh, go on, Jane, about the beauty shop.
Well, like I said, it's a very nice shop and very neat. Everything's thick and fat.
Well, you didn't tell them who you were, did you?
No, that's just it. I gave a facetious name.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yes. When I called up for the appointment this morning, I said hello.
Oh, you said hello.
Yes, I said, oh, I suppose you're going to tell me how to talk on the phone now.
Oh,
No,
I-
he's not. Be quiet. Now, go ahead, Jane.
I said, hello, this is Mary Smith. I made up that name.
Mary Smith. huh?
Yes, I finally decided on that one. I couldn't think of a good name all morning, and then I finally decided on Mary Smith. Well, my appointment was for 2:30, and I got there about 5 minutes early, so I had to wait. Well, they gave me a magazine to read. Time, I think it was. Yes, Time. Well, instead of reading it, I just acted like I was. But I was looking around out of the corner of my eye, seeing how everybody acted and all that.
For 5 minutes, you mean?
Well, no, because the lady that was ahead of me decided to have something else done. So one of the girls that worked there asked me if I'd mind waiting a half hour. Well, I didn't care, because there I was with time on my hands, and I could look
With
around.
time on your hands,
Mhm.
yes.
Yes, well, I got to wondering which one was Mrs. Mills, the woman who runs the place. But I heard one of the operators say that Mrs. Mills had gone out to lunch. Well, I was glad about that, because after all, I didn't want her to see me now, and then later on when we meet her, she'd recognize me.
Well, didn't you get to see her at all?
Yes, but that's what I want to tell you about. She came in while I was being shampooed, and that's when I got this marvelous idea.
The marvelous idea of having your hair a different color.
Well, partly, yes. But I did it mostly because I wanted to bring home a sample of the work they do. And then on top of that, if she saw me this way, she wouldn't recognize me later on when she met me.
Oh, then you're going to change it back to your natural color, is that it?
Well, if everybody acts the way you people do, But personally, I think
Never
it's fine.
mind what you think. That's a relief to me.
So you got yourself disguised this way and then had your talk with Mrs. Mills, is that it?
When I was leaving, she was with the cashier, and I had to pay her, so I talked to her a little bit.
Well, what'd you like?
Oh, she's awfully sweet, and she thanked me when I paid her.
Well, that was sweet of her.
And, that reminds me, too. You owe me $7.50.
$7.50?
Yeah, $7.50.
To have your hair washed? You're letting your money go to your head,
Oh,
aren't you?
it's not only for my hair to be washed, shampoo, set, the rinse,
Oh.
eyebrows plucked, facial, manicure, and a lot of things too humorous to mention now.
You said it.
And you've got to give me the money, too. I only did it for you. I'm getting very businesslike. This is my pretty expense account.
Pretty instead of petty. $7.50. That is a business. I ought to make a fortune at it.
Oh, sure we will. I just can't wait till we get started.
If all the women spend as much as you do instead of the way Laura here washes her own hair, well...
Laura, what are you standing here for? Why don't you go in and set the table?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, what's the matter with you now?
Nothing, ma'am. I just can't get over how you look, ma'am.
Oh, you will. Go ahead now.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going, ma'am.
Well, hurry now, Laura. I'm hungry.
Yes, ma'am. I'll hurry. Oh, ma'am.
Yeah?
Thanks just the same, ma'am. But about that pass you said you'd give me, I don't want it now, ma'am.
You don't want it?
And I don't blame her.
Well, here's hoping Mr. Ace's other prospective beauty shop customers don't feel as Laura does. But we'll learn more about the plans for going into business when next we meet the Easy Aces.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, if persistence alone can earn a high grade, you've got to give our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, an A for effort. It's taken almost 5 years, but this weekend she arranged to have Mr. Boynton, Madison's shy biology teacher, all to herself.
Yes, indeed. This time I absolutely put my foot down. It was just Mr. Boynton and me and 500 delegates to the teachers' convention. You see, over the past weekend, a special meeting was held in Evanston to help celebrate American Education Week. I had persuaded Mr. Conklin, our beloved principal, to send me along with Mr. Boynton as Madison's representative. And Friday morning, my landlady came into my bedroom just as I finished packing a valise for the trip.
You know, Connie, it looks just like cowhide.
I know, I haven't put my makeup on yet. Oh, you mean the valise. It is nice, isn't it? I borrowed it from Mrs. Rapp down the street.
Have you got everything packed, Connie?
I think so. Let's see. The nightie Harriet Conklin loaned me is in, and Mrs. Conklin's negligee, that's in, and your nylon stockings are in. Yes, I've got my things all packed.
Good.
And just wait until you see the new suit I'm wearing for the occasion. Of course, I won't be able to put that on until 5:15 today.
Why not, Connie?
Tilly Eberhardt doesn't get home from work until then.
You're terribly excited about this weekend trip, aren't you, dear?
Oh, of course, Mrs. Davis. This is quite an important convention. I'll get an opportunity to exchange ideas and opinions with other people in my line of work. I'll get an opportunity to see what's being accomplished at other schools.
What else will you get, Connie?
I'll get all my expenses paid and a whack at Mr. Boynton.
Oh, it'll be nice. You and Mr. Boynton seeing strange places and strange faces together.
The strange places are all right, but the strange faces can go to the races.
There's one thing that puzzled me, Connie. Knowing your relationship with Mr. Conklin, how did he happen to choose you as a delegate?
Oh, it's very simple, Mrs. Davis. Remember 2 weeks ago, Mr. Conklin got himself a new gray flannel suit?
Yes, indeed. His wife, Martha, told me he spent a small fortune on it.
I'm glad it was a small fortune. I spilled a small bottle of ink on it Monday.
Didn't?
He now has gray flannel pants and a very sporty blue jacket. Anyway, on Tuesday, he left his wristwatch on his desk, and I accidentally brushed it to the floor while I was picking up some papers. Then when I bent down to get it, I broke the crystal.
Oh, but the crystal is easily repaired.
Not when you break it by putting your heel through the back of the watch.
But, Connie, I still don't understand. Why did Mr. Conklin pick you for the convention this weekend?
I was just getting to that, Mrs. Davis. You see, Mr. Conklin is buying a new pair of glasses this morning, and he wants to give them a 3-day head start.
Sounds logical. Well, I know another English teacher at Madison who'll be mighty disappointed that she's not going on this trip.
You mean Miss Enright?
I do. She's almost as sweet on Mr. Boynton as you are, and this weekend trip would be a wonderful opportunity for her to cut you out with him.
Please, Mrs. Davis, I just got up. Why talk about nightmares? No more pencils, no more books, no more...
Wait for me, Miss Brooks.
Well, Walter Denton, why didn't you pick me up this morning? You know my car's in the repair shop.
So is mine. But I'm glad I caught you before you dropped into Mr. Boynton's biology lab.
What makes you think I was going to drop into the biology lab?
Please, Miss Brooks, it's too early in the morning for quips. What I meant was, I thought I could save you from a big disappointment.
Oh, that's all right. I'm used to him by now. I mean, what kind of disappointment?
Well, Mr. Boynton isn't in school. What's more, he isn't coming to school today.
What? But we're supposed to leave from here for the convention.
Yeah, I know it, Miss Brooks, and I know how devastated you'll be by the news, but Mr. Boynton won't be able to go to the convention. He's sick in bed.
Sick in bed? How do you know?
Harriet told me. He called in a little while ago and left a message with one of the teachers.
Well, how can I leave town if Mr. Boynton is sick? He has no more relatives in this part of the world than I have. Who'll take care of him?
Let me put your mind completely at ease, Miss Brooks. Harriet and I can run errands for Mr. Boynton, and I'm sure Miss Enright will be glad to nurse him back to health. She's an RN, you know.
Yes, I know. A real nothing.
You're not exactly smitten with Miss Enright, are you, Miss Brooks?
Frankly, Walter, there isn't a lot of affection squandered between us.
Well, she always speaks highly of you. Just the other day, Miss Enright said the only reason she can't see a romantic attachment between Mr. Boynton and yourself is because of the difference in your ages.
Miss Enright said that?
Sure. Let's see now. What were her exact words? Oh, I remember. She said that in her opinion, Mr. Boynton was definitely old enough to be your kid brother.
Oh, she did she? Well, that makes my next step quite apparent. If you'll excuse me, Walter, I'm going right over to the principal's office.
What for?
I've got to see a man about a cat.
Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin.
Don't come any closer, Miss Brooks.
But, sir, I just...
If you take one more step, I'll call for help. You will be pleased to know, I am sure, that thanks to your valiant efforts, I have become one of the poorest accident insurance risks in this part of the state. I won't draw an easy breath until you're on the train this afternoon. I presume you're packed and ready to go?
Yes, sir, and I'm really looking forward to it. This is the first convention I've attended since I represented Gordon High School 6 years ago. That was a lot of fun.
You're not going to this convention to have fun, Miss Brooks. As Madison's standard-bearer, our school will be judged by your actions. Always remember that.
Oh, I will, Mr. Conklin. You can depend on me, sir. I won't get myself thrown into jail this time.
Jail? You mean you were thrown into jail at your last convention?
For the most absurd reason, Mr. Conklin. Can you imagine being locked up for riding around on a motorcycle?
Well, that's hardly a jail offense.
That's exactly what I told the policeman. Besides, he wasn't using it at the time anyway.
You took a policeman's motorcycle?
It was just a lark. There was absolutely no reason for them to put that picture in the paper.
What picture?
A picture of me holding up a burlesque queen in the drunk tank.
Miss Brooks, you can start unpacking at any time. You're not going to the convention.
Not going? But, Mr. Conklin, think of your new glasses.
My glasses will have to live dangerously like the rest of my person.
But if you don't send me, who will you send?
I haven't given it any thought. Have you any suggestions?
I haven't given it any thought either, Miss Enright.
Miss Enright might be just the person. She has poise, bearing. Do Do you think she'll relish the idea of going?
Believe me, Mr. Conklin, when you tell her about it, she'll be so happy she'll clap her paws in glee. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir, I'll get to my classroom.
Very well, Miss Brooks. Dismissed.
All right, the lot.
Well, good morning, Miss Brooks.
Good morning, Mr. Boynton. Wait till you hear the news. I was just in Mr. Conklin's office. Mr. Boynton, what are you doing up? Go right home and get back into bed at once.
Bed? What for? I'm not sick.
You're not?
Oh, I never felt better in my life.
What a revolting development this is. Walter told me that Harriet said you were sick in bed.
Harriet? I didn't talk to Harriet. When I phoned the school this morning, I thought I was going to be delayed at the biology supply house, so I left that message with one of the teachers.
What teacher?
Miss Enright.
I should have said which teacher. And she's a witch teacher if I ever saw one.
Now, do you suppose she could have confused the words delayed with laid up?
There's no confusion at all. This is the result of careful calculations. Miss Enright knew that Harriet would tell Walter. Also that Walter would, if he saw me, and that's customary, he'd be almost sure to, tell me, and then knowing what she would do, or thinking she knew what I would do, she told Harriet what I later heard from Walter. And then I did what she thought I'd do.
Miss Brooks, are you all right? Why are you speaking in such jerky sentences?
There's a good reason, Mr. Boynton. I have just been completely taken in by a very jerky teacher.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
Water toothpaste.
Water cleans your teeth.
Colgate toothpaste.
Cleans your breath.
Water toothpaste.
Water cleans your teeth.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best. More than 2 years' research showed the Colgate way of brushing teeth right after eating helped stop more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. Yes, the Colgate way stopped tooth decay best. Better than any other home method of oral hygiene. No other dentifrice, ammoniated or not, has proof of such results. And you should know that Colgate, while not mentioned by name, was the one and only toothpaste used in the research on tooth decay recently reported in Reader's Digest. So always follow the Colgate way to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and stop tooth decay best.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
Water toothpaste.
Water cleans your teeth.
And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Well, when we sat down to lunch in the school cafeteria, I told Mr. Boynton that I suspected Miss Enright of deliberately saying he was ill so that I would withdraw and she could go in my place. At first he refused to believe it of her, but finally his sense of justice was so completely outraged that he seemed beside himself with fury, and he violently shouted,
Maybe it was all a misunderstanding. Why should Miss Enright think you'd stay home from the convention even if I were sick in bed?
Because I would, that's why. Somebody would have to take care of you, get you your medicine and fix your meals and see that you were made comfortable.
Miss Brooks, may I remind you that I'm not sick in bed?
Oh, I know that, Mr. Boynton.
And would you mind not taking my pulse? I need this hand to finish my wax beans.
I still say that when people haven't any relatives in a place, it's up to the people who think something of people to do something for the people they think something of. Maybe I should teach Spanish.
I know you're disappointed about not attending the convention, Miss Brooks, but if you have any suggestions you'd like me to put before the meeting...
There's only one suggestion I'm worried about, and that'll come from Miss Enright to you.
Hey, that's funny.
What?
You're mentioning Miss Enright. She's heading for the table now. Well, speak of the devil.
It's just the way she's wearing her hair. Uh-oh, she spotted us.
Hello, Miss Brooks. Oh, Mr. Boynton, why aren't you home in bed?
His sheets caught fire.
You know yourself, Miss Enright, that I only phoned to say I might be delayed getting to school.
Delayed? I thought you said laid up.
You did? See, Miss Brooks, it was a misunderstanding.
Oh, of course. Like the one Custer had with those red chaps.
Now, don't be a bad loser, darling. Not that you are, really. I understand that you personally recommended me to Mr. Conklin for the position of second delegate from Madison High.
You did that, Miss Brooks?
I wish my mother had quit after my 2 older brothers were born.
Do you mind if I join you at this table? The cafeteria is quite crowded right now.
Not as crowded as this table right now.
Oh, go on, sit right down, Miss Enright. I see you have your own sandwich. Can I get you some water or a napkin or something?
Oh, go ahead, Diamond Jim. Bring her a toothpick, too.
I'd love some water, please, Mr. Boynton.
Very well. I'll get some for all of us. I'm a great boy for water.
He's a great boy for a lot of things. Well, you'll be happy to know, darling, that Mr. Conklin told me of my selection as second delegate early in the day. That's why I was able to get home during a free period, pack a valise, and put on my new fall traveling suit. Do you like it?
It's all according how far you travel. Look, Miss Enright, we both know that your going to the convention is my fault. But we also know that my not going is your fault. Do I make myself clear?
To me, yes, but I can't help wondering how much of you gets across to your pupils. That's the wrong attitude, isn't it, darling? Yes, let's not spoil Mr. Boynton's luncheon with a lot of female bickering.
You're right, Miss Enright. I might as well be a good sport about it. All's fair and you know what in war, I guess.
Well, here we are, ladies. Some good old aqua pura.
Greatest thing since water. Sit down, Mr. Boynton.
I brought some coffee for us, too.
Oh, that was very considerate, Mr. Boynton. Tell me, do you think the suit I'm wearing is all right for our train trip today?
Yes, Miss Enright, it looks fine. It's a very provocative shade of green. Don't you think so, Miss Brooks?
In my present mood, it's puzzling. I can't tell where her suit leaves off and my face begins. Actually, Miss Enright, it is an interesting shade of green. Who knows, you may blend in with your Pullman chair so well, Mr. Boynton won't be able to find you.
That's what you call being a good sport, Miss Brooks.
Sorry. Let's be gay, shall we? Drink up, Mr. Boynton. We'll knock that water cooler silly.
I've had plenty, thanks. I'm working on this beef stew right now. If you ladies will excuse me, I'm not much for conversation while I'm eating.
Of course, Mr. Boynton. Bon voyage. Tell me, Miss Enright, what other clothes are you taking on the trip?
Oh, just my 2 good dresses. As a matter of fact, they're the only 2 I'd wear out of the house.
But I thought you had quite an extensive wardrobe.
I did, but I gave loads of last year's stuff to charity. I feel the poor have to live, too.
What a liberal viewpoint. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Enright. I'd really like to let bygones be bygones. I'm going to get myself a little dessert now. May I bring you something?
Well, I could do with a piece of pie.
I'll be happy to do you with a piece of pie. I'll pick out something real nice.
Where are you going, Miss Brooks? Can I get something for you?
You keep bucking that beef. You're only yards away from a first down. I'll be back in a jiffy.
Don't make it anything too rich, darling.
Oh, leave it to me, darling. I'll fix you up fine.
Hi, Miss Brooks. I was happy to see that Mr. Boynton wasn't sick enough to miss school today.
He's not sick at all, Harriet. It was just a plot to get me to volunteer to stay home so Miss Enright could go to the convention in my place. I suggested her to Mr. Conklin myself.
And he took your suggestion?
Hook, line, and sinker. But I've got an idea that may still turn the tables. I'm going to get Miss Enright a nice piece of pie.
A piece of pie? Because she played a dirty trick on you?
Exactly. Let's see now. What goes poorest with a green dress?
With a green... Oh, I get it, Miss Brooks. You're going to present Miss Enright with the pie, but in several places.
Why, Harriet Conklin, what an outrageous thought. I'll just take this coconut cream pie, I believe.
How about taking this piece, too?
Both of them?
Well, sure. Then you can lose your balance easier. And as you let her have it, you can sing White Christmas.
You have an extremely poetic mind. Oh, Harriet, there's no one at this counter to punch my food check. Will you please get it done for me? I'll pick it up on my way out.
Oh, sure, Miss Brooks. You go right ahead.
Thanks, dear.
Don't mention it. Happy landing on.
Well, I hope I wasn't too long. I brought some pie back for both of you.
Well, it was very thoughtful, Miss Brooks. It looks delicious.
Oh, yes, it does. I'll pass Mr. Boynton's piece over to him, Miss Brooks.
I think I can manage.
Oh, come on, let me have it.
Well, if you insist. Oh, I must have tripped.
How could you be so clumsy?
Oh, my goodness, the pie's all over your new suit.
Oh, well, not quite all over it, Mr. Boynton. Most of it's splattered on the coat. The skirt's not touched, thank goodness.
That's what I get for not keeping my head down.
Here, I'll just dip a napkin in this water. Maybe we can get some of the goo off your coat. Here, let me try.
Watch out for the coffee cup. Oh, no. All over my skirt.
That's what I call teamwork.
I'm terribly sorry, Miss Enright.
Oh, my new suit is completely ruined. First pie on the coat, then coffee on the skirt.
It's like I always say, what good's a piece of pie without a cup of coffee?
Your alleged humor leaves me cold at this point, Miss Brooks. It's a good thing I had the foresight to pack my other dresses and leave them in my gym locker.
Well, it is indeed, Miss Enright. You'd hardly have time to get new clothes this afternoon. The train leaves at 5:45.
Well, accidents will happen. I apologize again, Miss Enright. And now, if you'll both excuse me, I've got to practice a bit.
Practice?
Yes, my work on the parallel bars has been very vertical. You sent for me, Mr. Conklin?
Yes, Miss Brooks, I did. I have just spoken with Miss Enright. She, it appears, was foolhardy enough to have lunch with you.
We did share the same table, but...
Fortunately, she escaped without any serious bodily injury. However, she has been forced to withdraw as Madison's second delegate to the Teachers' Convention in Evanston.
You mean she's not able to go?
Miss Brooks, when Miss Enright informed me that you had peppered her garments with a slab of coconut cream pie, it didn't surprise me in the least. But there's one thing that does puzzle me.
What's that, Mr. Conklin?
If it isn't revealing too much of a trade secret, Miss Brooks, would you kindly tell me how you managed to plop a second piece of cream pie on the dresses packed inside her valise, which was inside her locker?
I guess when I get clumsy, I just go hog wild.
But until they infringe upon school operations, personal rivalries on the faculty are not my concern. However, there are 2 train tickets available for this trip.
I know it. Yes, sir. 2 tickets.
And there are 2 delegates expected at the convention.
That's right. 2 delegates expected. 2 of them.
As you know, Mr. Boynton is one of the delegates. All we need now is another one.
You're right, Mr. Conklin. You're so right. You're the rightest thing since the Wright brothers. Just one more delegate's all we need.
Miss Brooks.
Yes, Mr. Conklin?
Get off my desk. You're not going. I have just made my selection for delegate number 2.
Who?
Me.
You?
None other. Not only will the trip do me a world of good, it will reflect prestige and credit upon Madison High as well. However, I don't want you to feel completely out of things, Miss Brooks.
So? So
I want you to type up these notes for me. They contain some remarks I will make to the convention. Now, toddle along, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Conklin.
Yes?
I realize it's quite late, but how would you like to be my guest for a little lunch?
Not today, thanks. But don't be discouraged. It was a nice try. Good day, Lucretia.
Don't be discouraged, she says. Of all things that happen to a person.
Miss Brooks, you must be upset today. You're talking to yourself.
I know. I'm a very good listener. Oh, it's you, Mr. Boynton.
Yes. I'm going in to talk to Mr. Conklin for a moment.
Mr. Conklin, are you in trouble?
Not at all. Rather not mention why I'm seeing him until after the interview. But if you'll wait right here, Miss Brooks, I think I'll have a pleasant surprise for you when I come out of his office.
Surprise?
Yes. No, wait right by that fire hose on the wall. I'll just be a few minutes.
Don't worry, Mr. Boynton. Unless the hose catches on fire, I'll be here.
I'm glad you waited for me, Miss Brooks.
This hose is doubled over exactly 62 and a half times. Now, what's the surprise?
Well, I knew how anxious you were to make this trip to Evanston, so when Miss Enright withdrew, I determined to prevail upon Mr. Conklin to let you go as originally planned.
But there are only 2 tickets available, and Mr. Conklin is using one of them himself.
I know that, Miss Brooks, but you're going anyhow.
I am?
Yes, I turned back my ticket to Mr. Conklin. Of course, he was a little timorous at first, but when I pointed out how helpful you could be to him, taking notes and typing and whatnot, he agreed to have you accompany him to the convention.
But what about you, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, don't worry about me. I'll be busy as a bee over the weekend. I'll probably go on a shopping tour with Miss Enright.
You really must excuse me, Mr. Boynton. This is the only traveling dress I own, and I've got to fix it up right away.
Fix it up? What's wrong with it?
That's obvious. It hasn't any coconut cream pie on it.
Pardon as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you K-Dumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid, Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight? Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, by the time I got to the cafeteria, they were all out of pie. So I took a short detour through the machine shop where a terrible thing occurred. I accidentally ripped my dress on a rusty nail lying in a locked toolbox which I had jimmied open. About 15 minutes later, as I left Mr. Conklin's office, I bumped into Miss Enright.
Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks. Don't you think you've done enough damage for one day?
I'm terribly sorry about what happened, Miss Enright, but I have tried to make it up to you.
What do you mean?
I've just arranged with Mr. Conklin for you to go in my place.
But my clothes...
Mrs. Davis is bringing over her new suit for you. You both wear the same size, and she said she'd be happy to lend it to you.
Well, you have had an attack of conscience, Miss Brooks. But I'm not one to look a gift horse in the mouth.
I'll turn my head.
Well, thank you, dear. Mr. Boynton and I will send you a postcard.
Well, Miss Enright, I hear you're going to the convention after all.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Conklin.
The train leaves at 5:45, so be sure to meet me at the station at 5:30.
Meet you? What about Mr. Boynton?
I'm going in his place. Now, I've got to pack my bag. Be sure you're on time, Miss Enright.
Miss Brooks, I won't forget this if I live to be 100.
Oh, that's terrible, Miss Enright. You can't hold a grudge for the next 5 years.
This is Vern Smith reminding you to tune in next week to another Our Miss Brooks show, brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Mary Jane Croft.
Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials, using nothing but Palmolive, brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap, each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse and pat dry. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days.
Folks, meet Eve Arden, radio's own Miss Brooks, at home and at school in the pages of the current Look magazine. Yes, it's a photo feature of Eve, her associates at Madison High, and with scenes of her home life after school is dismissed. All in the current issue of Look magazine, now on sale at all newsstands. If you like mysteries that are as full of chuckles as chills, be sure to hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday over this same network. Don't miss the exciting and laughable adventures of these amateur detectives. Hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday night, and be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Jack Benny. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Cigarette program starring Red Skelton, Dave Rose and his orchestra, our singing star, Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGee, and Dick Ryan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. From Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, we present the star of the Raleigh Cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Wait a minute. Well, I start off with a bang, boys. If I ever learn to read, I'm a failure in this business, too. Until we start over again or just put a black band on our arm and continue.
What's new, Red? Huh? I say, what's new?
Huh? Now, look, don't call me Richard from now on, will you? I don't want to go to Washington.
Well, Red, seriously, you sure been a busy man this past week. All right. Well, Richard, you sure been a busy man this past week, doing command performance for the Army, attending the Postmasters and Oil Drillers Convention, and the Press Photographers Ball.
Yeah, the Press Photographers had a costume ball.
Mm-hmm. Costume party?
Yeah.
What'd you go as?
I went as a Russian delegate and spent the whole night walking out. You know? I went around vetoing everything. Finally, I had one of their drinks and it vetoed me.
Well, now let's take each show in order. Last Tuesday after our show, you did the Christmas show for Command Performance. What's that?
Well, Command Performance, you see, I do a show for the War Department, and they send the record overseas to a camp, see, and then that camp sends it to another camp, and then that camp sends it to another camp. Finally, it gets to some little camp, and they got no place to send it to, so they got to listen.
Oh, you're too modest, Red. You're one of the top comedians in show business. Everything you do makes me laugh.
Well, thanks, Rod. Did you get your check this week?
Yeah, that made me laugh, too. Wait a minute.
Boy, he'll pencil them in.
Well, what did you do Wednesday night?
Wednesday night? Well, just a minute, I'll tell you. Oh, Wednesday, I entertained the Oil Drillers Convention at Long Beach Auditorium.
Oil drillers, huh?
Yeah.
Crude?
Oh, a couple of them ate with their knives, yeah.
Say, that must be an exciting profession.
Yeah, you know how they do it?
How?
Well, they bore a hole in the ground, see, and then they light a match over the hole. If it blows up, you had a well.
listen. That sound of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Raleigh 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to cut down throat irritants. Yes, it's moisturized to cut down those throat-irritating tars present in even the finest tobaccos. That's why a jury of 14 distinguished doctors agrees no other leading cigarette gives you less throat irritants than the new, richer-tasting yet milder-smoking Raleigh 903.
Yes, Raleigh 903 is moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process to cut down throat irritants. That's why Raleigh 903 brings you a rich, full-flavored, yet milder-smoking cigarette.
Smokers follow the lead of Maria Montez, starring in Atlantis, a Seymour Nevinson production released through United Artists. Miss Montez says, quote, I chose the new 903 Raleigh every time because it's moisturized. It tastes better and it's milder smoking, unquote. So, friends, why not take this tip from Miss Montez? Smoke Raleigh 903, moisturized to cut down throat irritants. Remember, it's moisturized to cut down throat irritants.
And here's our beautiful Anita Ellis, and what are you going to sing tonight?
Ballerina.
I couldn't pronounce it, that's why I asked.
Dance, ballerina, dance, and do your pirouette in rhythm with your aching heart. Dance, ballerina, dance. You mustn't just forget a dancer has to dance the part. Twirl, ballerina, whirl, and just ignore the chair that's empty in the second row. This is your moment, girl. Although he's not out there applauding as you steal the show. Once you say his love must wait its turn, you wanted fame instead. I guess that's your concern. We live and learn, and love is gone, ballerina gone. On with your career, you can't afford a backward glance. Dance on and on and on. 1,000 people here have come to see the show. As round and round you go, so ballerina dance. Dance, dance, dance on.
The Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, Volume 3. Ah, shut up. Boy, no matter what he's supposed to play, it's chopsticks every time. Tonight we present another nighttime serial entitled
The Haircut.
Well, here I am. I'm always chasing rainbows. I'll chase anything that's got a curve in it. Yes, sir, boy, this is a great day to be alive. Of course, that's my hard luck again, you know. Well, here's Granucci's barber shop here. I think I'll get my hair cut. My ma had to buy me back from the dog catcher 3 times this week. Boy, look at all the stripes on that pole there. Boy, it looks like the top sergeant's gone nuts on it. I'll just go in and get a trim, have it shortened so I won't be tripping over it all the time.
Howdy.
Howdy doody to you, too.
What were you doing so long out in front of the shop just now?
Well, I'm trying to finish that peppermint stick out there.
That's barber pole. Are you really that stupid?
Oh, I'm holding back a little. That ain't what it says, but it'll have to do. Look, how much do you charge for a haircut?
You charge $1.25.
What does that include?
Both heads.
Say, ain't you the feller that cut my hair the last time?
No, he was shot in the Civil War.
I think you hadn't loused me up. You got the best of it. $1.25. Say, that's kind of high, you know. Maybe I better go back to cutting it myself. I used to cut my hair all the time, you know. Of course, then my lawnmower broke down on me. Look, I'll bring you a lot of business. I'll spread it around to my friends, both of them, you know. So, how about giving me a flat rate?
My price has nothing to do with the shape of your head.
Well, brother, this will never happen again. I'll tell you.
The price is still $1.25. After all, I've got to live, you know.
Oh, maybe you're just greedy. I get along without it, you know. Say, how about cutting my hair and then if I don't pay you in 30 days, you can just keep my hair.
What? You mean?
Get it out. Frost warnings are coming on. What good would my hair do you? What good would my hair do you? Yeah, what good would my hair? Oh, I don't know. You can't find any better chicken wire, you know. What do you say?
Look, cornpaw, I'm busy. Come on, now get out of here.
Here, don't shove me. Here. Now, how do you like that? And slam the door in my face. I'll go to the police. I'll go to the mayor. I'll go to Congress. I'll go home as soon as I get my nose out of the door.
Does Clem get a haircut, or does the dog catcher nab him again? Listen next week when we present Chapter 2 of The Haircut.
Listen. That sound of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to cut down throat irritants. Yes, it's moisturized to cut down those throat-irritating tars present in even the finest tobaccos. That's why a jury of 14 distinguished doctors agrees no other leading cigarette gives you less throat irritants than the new, richer-tasting, yet milder-smoking Rolly 903.
Yes, Rolly 903 is moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process to cut down throat irritants. That's why Rolly 903 brings you a rich, full-flavored, yet milder-smoking cigarette.
Get the new Rolly 903. You'll see the number 903 on the package. Remember, it's moisturized to cut down throat irritants. So, friends, smoke the new, richer-tasting, yet milder Rolly 903.
And now Dave Rose and his orchestra will cloud up and play Stormy Weather. Chapter 19 of the Skelton scrapbook was written by Edna Skelton Brzady. It's entitled The Old Schoolhouse.
Oh, my, there's a police car out front. I wonder what's wrong in the neighborhood. Good heavens, they have Junior.
Does this little boy live here, madam?
Yes. Junior, are you all right? What's happened?
Boy, it looked like I hit the jackpot this time, boy. Hey, Nemo, will you pay me bail? I ain't got no money, I ain't.
Junior, what's your grammar? I haven't any money.
What?
I haven't any money.
Look like you had to lock me up. We both broke.
Officer, what's happened?
Oh, it's not as bad as it looks, lady. On the way home, he told me his story, and it makes sense. So I think I'd hear him out.
I knew they were going to follow us. There they comes now. Look, the head of the school board and the kindergarten teachers. They'll give you the details. I'll just keep them out there.
Madam, I'm Mr. Pasadena of the school board. Are you this boy's mother?
No, she's my grandmother, you know. My mommy went down to see me pop. She's trying to explain to him it wasn't beef cheese the night I was born. It was me.
Now, look, will someone please explain what this is all about?
Well, this child, and I use the word loosely, was the cause of every student in the school picking up their books and going home.
Oh, dear. Won't you come in?
Please say you won't.
Please sit down and make yourself at home.
Thank you.
Can I get you a hot foot or something?
Junior! Now, won't you sit down, Mr. Paste?
Thanks. I prefer to stay.
Well, I think I'm going to sit down while I got a chance. I got the feeling I won't be able to sit down for a long time.
Junior, stand up.
Sorry?
Now, what happened? I want your side of the story first.
Yes?
Now, go ahead.
You called me a gourdhead.
But
you called me a gourdhead.
I did not.
You said you called me a gourdhead.
I did not. I said go ahead.
You called... Oh, I thought you called me a gourdhead. Well, I tell you, it was like this. This morning I poked my widow head out the window, and there was a big crash.
A big crash?
I forgot the window was closed. Well, anyway, I looked outside, and I saw all the widow kids going to school. There was Jack Berry, Widow Dickie Orland, and the juvenile jury crowd. And when I see them kids, I said to myself, I'm going to go to school, too. So I grabbed some books, and I decided to go with them.
Well, let's see what books you have under your arm.
Yes.
How to Pick Winning Horses by Shirtless Sam. How to Mix Drinks. Junior, I've told you 1,000,000 times to stay away from your father's library.
Well, I didn't touch his books. I only got the ones that he borrowed from you.
Go on, continue with your story.
Well, when I got there, Grandma, when I was old enough to start the school, I sure hope the city hall and the parks are paid for, boy, because this town really needs a new school. That place is a fire trap.
Fire trap? I resent that. We have the finest schools in the country.
Well, what country are you thinking of? Hiroshima? Well, that school is in such bad shape, and it's so old that the termites bring their lunch with them every day.
Junior, never mind your opinions. Just tell me what happened.
Well, when I got to the door, there was a teacher standing there, and she said I was too young to start the school, see? Yeah. But I want to go to school, so I sneak around to the side of the building, and I slide down the coal chute, and I fall right in front of the janitor.
What did he do?
Nothing. I fell on one knee and sang Mammy, and he thought I was Al Jolson. Well, then I walk out in the hall, and I found a room filled with little kids, you know, the kindergarten. There was a... Hey, Nemo, why does it have the kindergartens in the basement?
I don't know, dear. I've never given it much thought.
Oh, I can explain that. It's good psychology. A child can learn in education, as in life, that they must start at the bottom.
Oh?
That's why the kindergarten's in the basement and the 6th grade is on the top floor.
Yeah? Well, yes. I got news for you, kiddo. You'd better get a new building or that 6th grade is going to wind up in the kindergarten.
I can see why this boy is a little troublemaker and why he has no manners. We're allowed to talk back to his elders.
In this house, sir, we believe in free speech. We hear the speaker out, and then we discuss the rights and wrongs of his views.
Yes.
Now, let's get to the bottom of this, Junior.
Why? So you can get to the bottom of me?
Junior!
Well, I tell you, anyhow, I went up the stairs. I walked up the stairs in the school, and I came to a great big classroom, and there was somebody standing there teaching mathematics, you know.
teaching what?
Mathematics. 2 times 2.
You mean mathematics.
I said mathematics, didn't I? Well, anyhow, the teacher had a picture of a cow on the blackboard, and he said, now, if I cut it in 2, I will have half. If I cut it again, I will have 8. And if I cut it again, I will have 16. Now, if I cut it again, what will I have? Boy, you should have heard them little kids laugh at me.
Oh, no. What did you say?
I said, you cut it again, boy, you're going to have milk. Mama, would you say I had done anything so far to get me a whipping?
Well, not exactly.
And I think I'll quit while I'm ahead.
Yes, but what happened after you ran out of the room?
Well, I went out of the room then, and there was a great big statue, a man sitting in a chair holding his lapel, see? And I said to him, hello. And he said to me, hello.
Oh, no. Now, let's not dream it up.
No, I'm not. He really talked to me. I crawled up in his lap, and I talked to him for about 10 minutes, I did. He said to me, do you think you would like going to school? And I said, yes, because I want to learn to be a good citizen. See? I want to be a good citizen like you, Grandma, I said. And he actually talked to me, honest he did. He said to me,
what's your name?
Well, my name's usually Mud, but you can call me Junior if you want to.
Well, Junior, you say you want to be a good citizen.
Yes.
Aren't you?
I guess not. I never voted. I'm a diaper delinquent, I am.
Well, you are a little young to vote.
Yeah?
What makes you feel you're a delinquent?
My grandma's hairbrush, mostly.
Hairbrush?
Yeah.
In my day, parents didn't use hairbrushes to punish their children.
Oh?
They used razor straps.
Razor straps? No wonder the kids were so sharp in those days.
Now tell me, why are you called a delinquent?
Well, I just so clumsy. I break everything, and I get on people's nerves asking a lot of questions that they can't answer. Everybody says I is the nosiest kid in the town. Oh, I get them so perturbed, I do, you know. And I only ask questions so I'll be a better citizen, you know.
Well, son, just because you're too young to find pleasure in serious discussion, and you can't understand the problems of the world, that doesn't necessarily make you a bad boy. But you don't have to be big to be a citizen. As a boy, you're a citizen, too. When you're your grandmother's age, you'll be an adult citizen. But meantime, try and be a good boy citizen. Live a boy's life. Realize the value of honor and truth. Know in your heart that your neighbor is here to serve a purpose, too. Keep peace with the boys around you. Learn the joy and understanding, loyalty and simplicity. And above all, be a boy-like servant to God and to your country.
Say, you know, I like you. I didn't catch your name, or did you throw it?
It's Lincoln, son.
Lincoln?
Abraham Lincoln.
Well, could I ask you something, Mr. Lincoln? Now, you've been here a long time, see? Do you like sitting in this old schoolhouse?
Well, this school is far better than the school I went to when I was your age. But then, it still isn't good enough. Somehow, it doesn't fit in with the progress of our country. I sit here year after year and watch new children go by me. They look at the dull walls and the old desks, and soon I hear them say, let's not go to school. Let's play hooky. And I keep thinking that if only the people would do something about furnishing new schools in bright colors, surround our youth with some of the beauty that our books tell them about. Let them know that our efforts have been good, that we're counting on their future or perfection. I'm sure our children would understand. And then schools would be as popular as the ice cream parlors.
You said it, Mr. Lincoln. Boy, this place here is like a San Quentin with books, you know. Look, I think I better get myself down to the kindergarten class now. Goodbye, Mr. Lincoln. I won't be forgetting you.
That's very kind, son. A lot of Americans have. Goodbye.
I've never heard of such an imagination all my life. That statue of Abraham Lincoln was in the school when I went there, and it never talked to me.
Well, old Abe is pretty particular who he speaks to.
That boy's just evading the issue. He's afraid to tell you what he did to my class.
Now, just be patient, and he'll get around.
Yeah, he'll get around to it. Now, after I left Honest Abe, I walked into old Beetlepuss's class.
Well, Junior, she does not have a Beetlepuss.
Oh?
Now, say you're sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry you don't have a Beetlepuss. I mean, I'm sorry for what I just said, and I'm sorry for what I'm going to say. But anyway, I walked into her class, and there was all the little kids. They were stringing beads, and they was weaving paper strings together, you know. I thought I was on an Indian reservation, you know. Well, anyhow, they all looked so bored they had that drop-dead feeling about it, you know. So I walked in and broke it up.
All right, now tell her what you did.
I said, howdy, fellas. Any of you kids know anything about model airplanes? Well, the way they swarmed around me, you'd think I was the queen bee of the hive, you would.
When I tried to reassemble the class, this little urchin yelled, "Take 5, sister! Out of here!"
Yes, I did. And then all of us kids got talking about building things. And how dangerous old buildings were, and how a little short circuit could be caused. Mice and little mice, you know, nibbling on the wires. It could set fire to the place, and then we talked about how quick an old building could burn down.
Oh, what's wrong, Junior?
If we scared ourselves.
Poor baby.
Yeah, poor baby.
Bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless his little heart.
Don't cry, Junior, don't cry.
You mean you're not mad at me for marching all the little kids out of the school singing Yankee Doodle?
No, I'm not, Junior.
Oh?
I'm beginning to realize it's not the children at fault these days.
No.
It's we adults who are being hoodwinked by tradition. We feel because we went to a certain type of school, our children should too. And all the time we're overlooking the danger of old firecrackers.
Miss Tuttle, believe me, the school board will hear about this.
And so will the PTA. This pushing the teachers around and surrounding our children with the leftovers of the tax money is going to stop.
And how do you think you're going to be able to solve the situation?
Well, kiddo, open up your ears and I'll tell you. All of us little kids are going to tell our parents that they can do it with a little 4-letter word that maybe they forgot about. VOTE.
Yes, by voting for it.
Yeah.
If you'll excuse me, I've got to go to the library and study up on model airplanes.
Good for you. Good for
Splendid idea. And if you'll excuse me, I've got to go to a council meeting and discuss improving our school. Oh, and Junior.
Yeah?
Maybe that statue did talk to me, only I didn't pay any attention.
He's talking to a lot of people that don't pay attention, you know.
Right.
Yeah. Well, now, you excuse me. I'm going down to the candy kitchen.
Just a minute. Why do you have to go to the candy
Well,
kitchen?
us kindergarten kids are having a victory celebration. I'm the president, you know.
Well, it's almost lunchtime. You're not going anywhere.
But I'm the president.
Yes, and I just vetoed you.
Now, look, Gromiko. I said I was heading for the candy kitchen.
Don't you sass me, young man.
No. Boy, you can tell you from the old school, Grandma. You got that old message. Start at the bottom, you know.
Remember, we'll all be with you again next Tuesday at the same time. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening. And remember, there are very few juvenile delinquents. Stop paying the teachers peanuts, and the children will stop acting like monkeys.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
A brand of grand aroma. Keeps home sweet home.
It's Sir Walter Raleigh. Sooner or later, your favorite tobacco.
Yes, a favorite with college men, servicemen, businessmen. Men everywhere who know and appreciate quality pipe smoking. Smoke Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Let's invite you to other good listening throughout the week. Listen to People Are Funny with Art Linkletter next Friday, and join us again with Red Skelton next Tuesday. During this critical period in world affairs, President Truman asks all Americans to cooperate in the food conservation program in order to aid Europe's attempt at reconstruction. Our failure to help may endanger our own security, prosperity, and peace.
May we take this opportunity to say happy birthday to Fanny Bryce on her 43 years in show business.
Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and is brought to you by the makers of Raleigh cigarettes.
And Colonial
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Costello program brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service according to actual sales records. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel a first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the great rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes. And this being Thanksgiving Day, we recall this touching scene. As the good ship Mayflower landed at Plymouth Rock, the captain shouted to the Indian chief, Costello, do you realize it's 7 o'clock? Where have you been?
Oh, Abbott, I just came from your house. And have I got news for you?
What is it?
Your cat just had chicken.
My cat had chickens?
Yep.
My cat had chickens?
Yep.
You mean kittens. Cats don't have chickens.
What was that you brought home in a paper bag last night?
Chickens.
Well, your cat just had them.
You mean that cat ate my chickens?
He swallowed the chickens, bag and all.
Why didn't you take them away from him?
You know me, Abbott. I ain't the type that would let the bag out of the cat.
I
read that wrong, huh?
Well, I've got plenty of other food around the house.
Well, by the way, Abbott.
What?
Being that this is Thanksgiving Day,
yes,
I hate to think of you eating alone.
What do you mean?
What do you say to having Thanksgiving dinner with me?
Well, why, that's mighty fine of you, Costello.
Good.
At what time?
8 o'clock at your house.
Oh, no. You get no turkey at my house.
Then how about a little duck?
Duck?
Yeah, that's a chicken with snowshoes on.
Hey, look. I'm sorry, Costello. You can't come to my house for Thanksgiving. I'm having a dinner for the Snooty set.
Oh, the Snooty set.
You heard me.
No, I'm not good enough to eat with pigs.
No. Will you listen to me, please?
I'm listening.
Tonight I'm entertaining a few of the 400.
A few of the 400?
Yes.
That's 800 altogether.
No, just the 400.
That's what I said.
That's what I said.
That's your line.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well,
just because they weigh a little more than me, that don't make them any better than I am.
No, talk sense, please. I couldn't have you at my house. This is going to be a very classy affair. Why, I have a little silver tray to brush the crumbs on.
Crumbs?
Mm-hmm. Certainly. Don't you have crumbs at your table?
Sure, Abbott. You're welcome anytime.
No. There you go. You have absolutely no finesse.
No what?
I said you have no finesse.
What would I do with a finesse? In California, you don't need a finesse. If it's cold, we turn on the gas heater.
All right, Costello. I didn't say...
Or the radiator.
I didn't say...
He's getting like boy,
All right, look, please.
Furnace.
All right. I didn't say furnace in the first place. I said finesse.
Look. You don't know what you think.
All right, you're getting me all mixed up here. Look, I'm trying to tell you. Listen to me, please. Your table manners are terrible. The last time you had dinner at my house, you did nothing but reach across the table and grab for the food.
Well, what was wrong with that?
What was wrong with that? You've got a tongue, haven't you?
Yeah, but I can reach further with my arm.
There you go again, Costello. You see, you know nothing at all about the proper way to eat. You have no etiquette.
I got no what?
You have no etiquette.
Etiquette?
Yes, you heard me.
You don't even know how to say the word etiquette.
Yeah.
You dope.
What do you mean?
You mean antiquity.
No. It's etiquette.
Well, etiquette and antiquity, it's the same thing
All right,
anyway.
so what?
Well, I'll go out and I'll buy one of them books on etiquette by Emily Pillar.
Emily Pillar?
Yeah.
That's Emily Post.
Okay, I'll read the both of them.
Both of them?
I'll go from pillar to post.
Well, you should read that book, Costello. It will tell you a lot of things. For instance,
Which is proper to use when eating peas, a fork or a spoon?
I don't use either one.
Well, how do you eat your peas?
Oh, I just slide my lower lip under the plate and bank the peas off the mashed potatoes. Sometimes the mashed potatoes got in my ears.
Yes, I can imagine.
Sloppy, huh?
Yeah. Costello, you haven't got the brains of a 2-year-old child.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Why not?
Look at the difference in our ages.
The way you act, I could never have you at my table.
Look, Abbott, if you know so much about manners, just answer me this one thing.
What is it?
Which hand do you stir your coffee with?
I stir my coffee with my right hand.
That's funny. Most people use a spoon.
That's no laughing. Now, that settles it, Costello.
Yeah,
that settles everything. I was just about to break down and invite you for dinner. But now you had to be a smart aleck, didn't you?
Wait a minute, Abbott.
Yeah, you did.
Wait a minute.
Now?
You're my old pal.
I can't help it.
You can't do this to me.
Well, I did.
You gotta invite me to dinner on Thanksgiving. I ain't got no place to go.
I'm sorry.
You can't let your old friend starve. Look at me, Abbott. I only weigh 90 pounds now.
90 pounds? Why, you're 56 inches around the waist.
Yeah, but I'm hollow.
All right, look. All right. You can come to dinner, Costello. But you'll have to make yourself useful. Now, get there early and wait on the table.
Well, why should I wait on the table? Why can't I wait in Apollo with the rest of the people?
No, you dummy. I want
to sit on your table waiting.
I want you to help with the serving. Now, the first course will be hors d'oeuvres. Of course, you know what hors d'oeuvres are.
Yeah, that's French for leftovers.
No. Costello, hors d'oeuvres are snacks. Now, you take care of the ladies first. It's up to you to see that each lady gets a snack.
Are their husbands going to be there?
Certainly.
Then I ain't going to do it.
What? Do what?
I ain't going to go around snacking the ladies. Their husbands are liable to come around and snack me.
On second thought, you'd better stay out in the kitchen and help with the oyster dressing.
Why, Abbott.
What's the matter?
What you said.
Well, what's wrong?
You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Talking that way to a boy of my age.
What do you mean?
I'm just at the age of picking things up like that.
Well, what's wrong?
Why, it's a good thing my mother isn't here. Oh, the shame of it all.
What are you talking about?
How dare you ask me to help with the oyster dress?
What do you mean?
Now, look, Abbott. I didn't mind when you said I had to wait for you on a table. And I was only mildly surprised when you asked me to snack all the ladies, especially in front of their husbands. But when you have the nerve to ask me to go out in the kitchen and dress a bunch of naked oysters, you not only humilify me, but you have impugned on my good name.
Tomorrow on the back cover of Life magazine, you'll see a very stirring set of pictures under the title Pair of Aces Back to Back. A Navy Dauntless dive bomber attacking a Japanese carrier. Notice, too, the pair of flyers, the pair of aces in the lower left-hand corner. And read the words they're saying. I quote, Camel's our cigarette. Suits the throat and the taste to a T. Unquote.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels, they're aces with the aces. Could be with you, too. Here is Freddie Rich with Jabba Junction.
Costello, you have to cut out that singing in the kitchen. You're disturbing the guests.
Well, Abbott, I always sing when I'm making sour milk biscuits.
Sour milk biscuits?
Sure.
We haven't got any sour milk.
You will have when I get through singing. And Mammy's little baby loves Sutton.
All right,
Nelson Eddie better save his money.
all right, look. Cut that out. Look, what are you doing there? What's all that stuff you're putting in? How to do it? What did you say?
First, I got to put in 2 tubs of butter.
2 tubs of butter?
Sure, it says right here in the cookbook. Butter, 2 TBS tubs.
That's tablespoons.
I threw them in, too.
You threw... what else did you put in there?
I put in some flour, salt, baking powder, and 3 gullops of molasses.
3 gullops? What are gullops?
You know, Abbott, when you pour the molasses out of the jug, it goes gullop, gullop, gullop. I put in 3 of those.
Look, Costello, I don't want you to do any cooking. I've got a chef coming here to take care of that. I thought you'd be out here singeing the feathers off the goose.
Doing what?
Singeing. Don't you know how to singe?
Sure, I know how to singe. I was singeing when you came in. A man is little baby.
No.
I'm a good singer.
Yeah, no. Singeing gets the down off the goose. Didn't you ever get down off a goose?
Oh. Did you read that right?
Yeah. Well, didn't you?
Did I ever what?
Didn't you ever get down off a goose?
No, I got down off a horse.
No.
I never rode a goose.
No.
That was Fickle.
Oh, thank goodness. Here comes the chef.
Cooking ay madiende.
Kitzel, don't tell me that you're the cook.
Could be, yes. You know something over in Paris? I am known as the famous French chef Pierre Rene.
You're the great Rene?
That I am, yes.
Then what are you doing in California?
Oh, I always come here in the Rene season.
The Rene season?
Yes.
This guy's a washout.
Never mind that, Costello. Look, we've got to get my Thanksgiving dinner cooked, please. Kitzel, you'll find all the utensils in that big cupboard over there.
Oh, pispas utensils. Who needs your utensils? I brought along my own pot.
That's the first pot I ever saw with a belt around it.
Costello, please keep out of this. Kitzel, do you know anything about cooking game?
Do I know how to cook game? Why, I'm cooking the finest pinochle you ever tasted.
You cook pinochle?
Sure, pinochle and sauerkraut.
Oh.
Look, Kitzel, I don't want to get personal, but why don't you pull in your tongue? Nobody ordered cold cuts.
Ooh.
Look, never mind that, Costello. Kitzel, get busy, please, and get the dinner ready.
No. Just a second, my little man. Don't get excited. First, I got to open my little bag and get out my chisels and saws.
What chisels and saws?
Cream chisels and cranberry sauce.
You know, Kitzel, it's too bad you didn't bring your monkey wrench.
Well, for goodness sake, what would I be doing with a monkey wrench?
Well, you could tighten the nuts on a fruitcake.
Oh.
Costello, please. Will you get busy and help Kitzel? I'm going into the living room and see if any of my guests have arrived yet. Sebastian! Shut off that radio. Shut it off. My Sebastian.
Well, I just come over to help you out, Uncle Bud, and I thought the guests would like some nice romantic music.
Romantic music?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that tiger isn't romantic music.
It is to another tiger.
All right. Now, look, Sebastian, if you're going to hang around here, you'll have to behave yourself. Now, this is going to be a very formal Thanksgiving dinner. The men will all wear tails.
Tails? Who's coming? Mickey Mouse?
Now, will you please listen, Sebastian? It will be your job to usher the people into the dining room. I will sit at the head of the table. Ken Niles will sit on my right hand, and Connie Haynes will sit on my left hand.
Ken Niles is going to sit on your right hand?
That's right.
And Connie Haynes will sit on your left hand?
That's right.
How are you going to eat? With your feet?
No. Look, when you get all the people seated, you go to the kitchen. Then when I ring this little dinner bell, your brother will hand me the carving knife, and you give me the bird.
In front of everybody?
That'll do, Sebastian. Now go out in the kitchen and make some ice water. And I do hope you can make ice water.
Yeah, sure. You just peel an onion.
An onion?
Yeah, that'll make your eyes water.
Sebastian, ice water is frozen water.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Then what is frozen ink?
I stink.
You'll get no argument out of me, brother.
What?
Connie Haynes in a current revival of a great song, The Sunny Side of the Street.
Grab coat and get your hat. Leave your worry on the doorstep. just direct your feet to the sunny side of the street. Can't you hear a bit of pain? And that happy tune is yourself. Life can be so sweet on the sunny side of the street. I used to walk in the shade with those blues on parade, but I'm not afraid. If Robert crossed over, if I never have a cent, I'll be rich as Rockefeller. Oh, dust at my feet on the sunny side of the street. I used to walk in the shade with those blues on parade, but I'm not afraid. This Rover, yeah, I crossed over. If I never have a cent, I'll be rich as Rockefeller. Oh, dust at my feet on the sunny side of the street.
You have read in the papers how people are smoking so much more and how cigarettes are being shipped to our fighting men overseas in huge quantities. And if your dealer occasionally should say, "Sorry, sir, we're out of Camels today," don't let that stop you from asking for Camels the very next time you're buying cigarettes. Remember that Camel's rich, full flavor and kind, cool mildness make Camels worth asking for again and again. Because war or peace, Camel is still Camel. And your T-zone, that's T for taste and T for throat, will confirm that statement. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels, now as always, the cigarette of costlier tobaccos. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you to the home of Bud Abbott, where a formal Thanksgiving dinner is about to be served. Costello has been working in the kitchen all day like a dog, but he is now ready to face the guests. Let us look in on this dog face.
Costello, the guests are arriving. Open the door and announce them as they come in.
Announcing Mr. and Mrs. Ed Blank, Mr. and Mrs. Phil Klesner. Announcing Lord Pipsqueak, Knight of the Garter, Lord Beaverport, Knight of the Bath, and Hetty Lamar.
Hetty Lamar isn't here.
I was thinking of another night.
Young man, how dare you leave me standing here? Kindly take my card and announce me.
Okay. Hillside, 2183. As for Hazel. If a man answers, hang up.
Oh.
Wrong card! Wrong card!
That isn't my card.
Sorry, I got that mixed up with one of my own.
Costello, what's your manners?
Okay.
This is Lady Jennifer Cookie Cutter.
That's right, old boy. My home, you know, is at Glendinning on the Tyne.
Glendinning on the Tyne? Then you must know my great Aunt Harriet. The old girl is bowlegged, you know.
Oh, from Glendinning on the Tyne?
No, from hitchhiking on oil trucks.
All right, that's enough, Costello. Take Lady Jennifer's coat and I'll escort her to the table.
Oh, by all means, the table. Oh, I'm so hungry I could eat a horse.
Costello, get that horse out of here.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
And please, bring Lady Jennifer a cocktail.
Yes, make it a martini with a black olive.
You drink martinis with a black olive?
Yes, I'm in mourning for my husband.
If I was you, Lady Jennifer, I would lay off those martinis. They're pretty hot.
Costello, what makes you think they're hot?
Because I just poured one. When I dropped the olive in, the olive stuck out its pimento.
By the way, Mr. Abbott, I have a little Thanksgiving present for you. A nice, fat Belgian hare. I raised them, you know.
Oh, thank you, Lady Jennifer. Costello, take Lady Jennifer's hair.
Take her what?
Take her hair and put it in the icebox.
Okay, Abbott.
No, you fool!
Costello, now look what you've done. Speak to Lady Jennifer.
Hello, Baldy.
been so insulted in all my life.
Come, Lady Jennifer. I'll show you under the table. I'll show you...
Get the line right, not under that table.
No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Jennifer. I'll show you to the table.
Very well. You may take my arm.
Does that come off, too?
Costello, get busy and serve the dinner. And remember, I don't want to see your thumb in the soup.
Okay.
Lord Beaverbrook. Pardon me, Mr. Beaverbrook. It's quite all right, please. What part of the turkey would you like?
Well, I'm a flyer. I'll take the wing.
And Freddie Rich.
Well, I'm a musician. I'll take the drumstick.
And Sebastian, what part of the turkey would you like?
Well, you can skip me. I'm a fiddling kid.
I hope somebody will remember me. I like the neck.
I like the neck, too, Connie. I'll meet you out on the front porch.
Costello, keep quiet and serve the soup. And remember, I don't want to see your thumb in it.
Okay, I'll fix that.
Oh! Somebody turn off the light! Quick, turn on the light, somebody!
There, the lights are on. What's the trouble, Lady Jennifer?
Oh, my necklace is gone! Somebody's stolen my pearl necklace!
Quick, Costello, call the police.
Please!
Well, no. Use the French phone.
I don't speak French.
Oh, here. Please, here. I'll call him. Operator, give me the police. Hurry up. Hello, police department. This is Bud Abbott's home. There's been a robbery here. Come over at once.
Well, here we are. We're from headquarters.
What took you so long? What took you so long?
So long?
What, are you leaving already?
Now, shut up, you. You look suspicious. Stick up your hands and reach for the ceiling.
Okay, but I know I won't make it.
Officer, there's been a robbery here. The lights went out and somebody stole Lady Jennifer's pearl necklace.
A stolen necklace, eh? Somebody will get the jug for this.
Sounds like you've had it already.
Come on. Line up against the wall, and you too, fat boy. What's your name?
Honest Lou Costello.
Costello, eh? Ain't you got a relative doing time at Alcatraz?
Yes, sir. That's my uncle, Stebbins. They put him in for something he didn't do.
For something he didn't do?
Yeah, he didn't wipe off his fingerprints when he robbed the bank.
Now get in line there. I'll take this gentleman first. What's your name?
Lord Beaverbrook.
Where were you sitting when the necklace was stolen?
Well,
You lie!
Ouch!
How long have you known Lady Jennifer?
Well,
You lie!
Ouch! Gets rid of him fast, don't he?
All right, Sergeant. Drag this man out of here. Now, Costello, you're next.
I think there are others ahead of me.
I'm ready to take you now.
But I don't want to be selfish. Women and children first.
Sit down there in the chair.
Just a minute. Who are you shoving?
I'm shoving you, and what about it?
I just wanted to be sure.
Now, where was you when the lights went out?
I was.
You lied.
I expected it.
Ouch!
What's the matter?
Look what he did.
Did you hurt your head?
No, but he broke my shoelaces.
Shut up, you. Now I'm going to question the little boy here.
Oh, no. Not that. You can't question my little brother Sebastian.
And why not?
There's only one head between us. I'm playing both parts.
Just a moment, officer. There's been a horrible mistake. My pearls weren't stolen at all. They slipped off my neck into my tapioca.
Well, leave them there. You look better wearing tapioca. What happened to Costello?
But wait a minute. There's one thing I can't understand, Costello. Who turned out the lights when you were serving dinner?
I turned them out, Uncle Bud,
Sebastian. Why did you turn the lights off?
because you said you didn't want to see Louis' thumb in the soup.
Sebastian, do you realize what you did? You almost got me arrested. Your brother. They might have thrown me in jail. Then I would have to walk around with the pallor of the prison on my noble brow. Why did you do such things to your loving brother, Sebastian?
Oh, I'm a bad boy!
Abbott and Costello will be back in a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Lieutenant Thomas A. McKenzie of Auburn, Kentucky. Fighting off unconsciousness from flak wounds in his chest,
this bombardier hero completed his bomb run without even letting his own crewmates know he was wounded. In your honor, Lieutenant Mackenzie, the makers of Camels are sending to our fighters overseas 400,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 3 Camel radio shows honors the Yank of the Week by sending free 400,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the Camel caravans traveling from camp to camp have thanked audiences of more than 4 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, are rebroadcast to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore, Monday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello. And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with a final word.
Well, Costello, now that we've done our show, let's get home and have our turkey, huh?
I think it's a good idea because I'm just about ready for it now.
Did you make the stuffing?
Yeah, I did. I made grand stuffing.
You did, huh?
Yeah, I ground up a lot of breadcrumbs, and then I put in some garlic.
Oh, that's
then I
swell.
put in a little onions, then I put in some more garlic, then a whole lot of onions, then a whole lot of garlic, then a whole lot of more onions, then a whole lot of garlic, and a whole lot of more onions.
Wait a minute.
And then
Wait
a
a minute.
little more.
Wait a minute. Did you taste it?
Taste it? I couldn't even get near it.
Oh. Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night, everybody.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show. And remember, try Camels on your throat and your taste. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you. The Abbott and Costello show for Camel cigarettes will be back at this very same time next week. Don't miss it. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is sign. S-I-G-N.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Well, what do you know? That's me. Well, here I am again with $3,500 for one of our couples.
Groucho, we have a young engaged couple for you now. They volunteered to be on the show just...
For me? Oh, how nice.
Well, not exactly. They volunteered only to be on the show just before we went on the air. And I'd like you to meet them, folks. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Well, an engaged couple, eh? Well, that's welcome, youngsters, to the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. An engaged couple, eh? That's very romantic. And you're a very romantic-looking couple.
Thank you.
I guess that's because it's spring. And in the spring, a young man's thoughts lightly turns to mush. And occasionally income tax. Miss, what's your name again?
Sally Smoot.
Sally Smoot, did you say?
Yes, I did.
Well, Sally, you're a cute smoot. What's a smoot?
Well, it's an old German name, and it used to be Von Smoot, but they just cut off the Von and just left the Smoot.
Is Von still living?
Well, I think so.
How old are you, Sally?
I'm 18.
18?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gee, you're real young to be 18, aren't you? And you're going to get married, eh? Smart girl. You're going to get rid of the name Smoot. Is that the reason you're getting married?
No.
What's the name of the man you're going to marry?
Alden Oberjurgi.
Is that right?
No, I'm sorry. I beg your pardon, Sally. What did you say?
Alden Oberjerky?
No, you just made that up. Seriously, you mean you're going from Smoot to Oberjerky? How far is it from Smoot to Oberjerky? I made the trip once by shrimp boat. I don't remember how long it took me, though. Mr. Oberjerky, what kind of a name is Oberjerky?
Well, it's partly Polish.
Polish?
Polish. Partly Polish.
Are you from Poland? What part of Poland are you from, Walden?
Jacksonville, Illinois.
That's behind the Iron Curtain, isn't it?
United States.
Oh, I thought Jacksonville was in Florida. Well, I'll just call you Al, eh?
That's fine.
I could keep calling you Mr. Oberjerky, but then we wouldn't have time for the big question later on. Or anything else for that matter. Why don't you just shorten it to Jakey? Or have the Ober cut off by the same fellow that cut your name down. Mr. Ober, when are you going to get married?
Well, sometime around the 4th of July.
What a curious way to observe Independence Day. Well, I guess the fireworks will start after the ceremony. Do you have a job, Sally?
Yes, I do. I work for Van de Kamp's Hall and Dutch Bakery.
You work in a bakery?
Mm-hmm.
That's so. What do you, first thing you do in the morning? I suppose you call the rolls, huh?
No, I put on my cap and my apron.
Oh. Is that all you do? You just put on... And then you go home? Huh?
No.
What sort of work do you do? Do you wear a cap and gown, too?
Well, I wear a cap, but I don't wear a gown. I run a service station.
Well, run it over here. I'm out of gas.
I can't.
Where do you run this service station?
Well, I run a Chevron service station on the corner of 2nd and Santa Ana in Belmont Shore, Long Beach, California.
That was a nice plug, Al. Buttering up the boss a little, eh?
Well...
You suppose he'll give you a raise after that?
No, I don't think so. I'm the boss.
Not after the 4th of July, you know. Well, you're a lovely, nice, wholesome American couple, and I'm sure you're going to be very happy together, and you have my best wishes. I hope there'll be many little Oberjerkies. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $3,500 question. Right now, there's something of importance to everybody that I want you to listen to.
Put yourself in the driver's seat. Step down on that accelerator. Then feel that power. Surging power. Power you never dreamed a car could have. That's what you'll experience when you drive the new, the spectacular, the 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8. Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer invites you to stop in and try this great new car yourself from behind the wheel. Once you drive it, you'll want the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. DeSoto's mighty 160 horsepower V8 engine gives you power with smoothness never before achieved. Extra power in all speed ranges. But of course, that's only one big reason why you should decide on DeSoto. DeSoto also brings you sensational power steering that lets you turn the wheel with one finger, even when the car is at a standstill. And of course, power brakes, safety rim wheels, waterproof ignition, Oriflow shock absorbers, feature after feature that makes DeSoto your very best car value. Tomorrow, stop at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers and see America's most talked about new car, the 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8. Drive it.
All right, now let's see how well you work together as a team. George?
Yes. All right, you bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $3,500 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the show.
That's pretty clear, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even I understand that. All right, let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs with a color in the title as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
All of it.
All of it? All right, what is the name of this song? Play, Jerry. All right, what do you say, kids?
Silver strands among the gold.
Well, silver threads amongst the gold, but that's close enough.
And you're on your way. You have $40.
That's a pretty old song for a young couple, I think.
I never heard it before.
I never heard it before either. Remember, you're going to $3,500 tonight. Now, how much of this swag of the $40 are you going to risk this time?
$40.
$40, huh? All right, give me the title of this song. Blue Moon is right.
Oh, you're really climbing. You now have $80.
The songs are getting younger and they're getting faster. Here's your third question. How much of the 80?
80.
80. See if you can identify this tune. Okay, Mr. Fielding.
Green eyes.
Green eyes is right.
You now have climbed to $160.
Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 160?
All of it.
All of it, huh? They're real gamblers. You know, if you win this, that's as much as you can earn on this show, including my salary. Here we go. Play it, Jerry. The old gray mare is not what it used to be. Pretty good.
And you wind up with a grand total of $320.
Thanks and good luck to Minnesota. Thanks and good luck to Minnesota. It's hopeless. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Groucho, we invited some horsewomen and some fishermen to the program tonight.
What are they, centaurs?
And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Marjorie Kessler and Mr. Andrew Mardisick. And here they are, folks. Meet Groucho Marx.
Well. Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. A common word, something you see every day.
Fish.
A horsewoman. You don't have to look at me when you say fish. I'm sure I inspired that. A horsewoman and a fisherman, eh? I presume you're the horsewoman, eh, Miss Kessler?
Mrs. Kessler.
Oh, that sounds too bad. I'm sorry. Well, you're a very attractive filly. Where are you from? Philadelphia?
No.
You're not from Philly?
No.
Where are you from?
Cornish, New Hampshire.
How old are you, Marjorie?
Well, that's not a fair question, is it?
Well, give me a crooked answer. I don't. We don't object to a little chicanery here. You're young enough to admit your age, but it isn't necessary. I'll find it out later anyhow. I would say you're 19.
Thank you, sir.
Now I know she isn't. Are you married, too, huh?
Yes, sir.
How long you been married?
10 years.
10 years? Yes. You're 27. What does your husband do?
He's a builder.
He's a builder? Mm-hmm. Of what, blocks or...
No. Houses.
Houses?
Mm-hmm.
How'd you meet him? Were you wearing your foundation at the time? How did you meet him, Marjorie?
I met him in a barn.
Well, you couldn't pick a better place, huh? What was he doing there? Was he a horse at the time?
No, but he had a very nice horse.
He did, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What were you doing in the barn?
Well, admiring the horse.
Did you go there every day just to admire that horse?
Well, he was an awfully nice horse.
And you finally married him, eh? Well, that's very good. Mr. Mardisish?
Yes, sir.
You just made that up, huh?
No,
what kind of a name is Mardisish?
Slav name with itch.
You say you know a Slav who's got the itch?
Itch.
I'm not interested in your friends. I want to know what name you use.
My father's name.
That's your father's name, right? You're a fisherman?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. What kind of a fisherman?
Tuna.
That's a piano, isn't it? Well, be careful with your hook. You're talking to one of the biggest suckers in California. Are you married?
Yeah.
Well, you're the sucker then, not me. Some fisherman. He got caught himself. How did you meet your wife?
On a dance. One time I went to the dance with my girlfriend and was tag dance.
You what?
Was tag dance. Somebody got my girlfriend.
And what is a tag dance?
Dance when you get another girl to dance.
No. You didn't like the girl you brought to the dance, is that it?
Well, I make mistake. There was my girlfriend and today my wife was same but size and the same dress up and I make mistake.
You know, I haven't understood anything that's been said to me tonight. This has been a real baffling evening so far. Now, what do you fish for, Andrew? Compliments, mainly?
For living.
And do you catch many of those?
All depends a lot.
What kind of fish do you catch, Andy?
Tuna.
How big is a tuna?
2 pole.
2 pole? Why do you measure a fish by a pole? You don't measure a pole by a fish, do you?
When 1 pole can handle, you put 2 poles on 1 hook.
You put 2 poles on 1 hook, huh? How big are those fish?
Pretty good size.
He thinks he's under oath here, I think. Well, let's horse around a bit, you and I. For example, Marjorie, what kind of a horsewoman are you? Do you work on a ranch, or do you drive a milk wagon, or just what does it consist of? Do you ride bareback, or do you wear an overcoat?
I do most of my riding in horse shows.
In horse shows, I see. Well, you're a society horsewoman, is that it?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, you can if you want. What do you do at the horse show?
Well, I ride jumpers.
Just jumpers, huh? Do you wear them or do you ride them?
I ride them.
Well, tell us about the jumping event. This ought to be quite interesting.
Well, there are different types of jumping classes.
Mm-hmm.
There are, there's the 5-foot class, the touch and out class, the knock down and out class.
That sounds like society, all right. That's society at zeros. What do you mean by the knock down and out class?
Well, the horse that, if a horse knocks down a fence, he is eliminated.
I knocked down a fence the other day. You only want to give me $12 for a gold watch. Well, I learned a lot tonight, thanks to you two. And if you want to learn something, just drop in and see your new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. It's a great car. Now, you're going to play your bet your life. Beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $3,500 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The engaged couple won $320, and the secret word is sign.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected sports parks and stadiums. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$18.
Okay. $18. All right. In what city is the Yankee Stadium?
New York.
New York is right.
And you're on your way. You have $38.
Remember, you're going for $3,500 tonight. How much of the $38 will you bet this time?
37.
37. In what city is the Orange Bowl?
It's in Florida. Miami.
What city? Miami is right.
You now have $75.
You've never taken your horses there, have you? All right, here's your third question. How much of the $75 will you bet?
74. Huh? 74.
That's the last question.
No.
No, you got one more after this.
Okay.
74.
74. In what city is Soldier Field?
In Chicago.
Chicago is correct.
You have now climbed to $149.
It's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet? All of it. In what city is Franklin Field? Talk it over. Franklin Field. What city? Take a stab if you don't know. There are only 3,859 cities in the United States.
I don't know. It isn't in Detroit, is it?
No, it's Franklin Field. It's in Philadelphia.
Oh, they went broke, Roger.
Sorry, you went broke on the last question.
Oh, well.
Well, nobody leaves here broke. We're going to give you one more question. If you get this right, you'll split $25 between you. Now, think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Ready? How many leaves in a 4-leaf clover? 4 is right, Andy. Thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We asked for some housewives and some husbands to volunteer tonight, Groucho. And here are the two that were chosen. Mrs. Lillian Sweet, Mr. Herman Zuckerman. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, folks, to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word. Say the secret word, and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. A housewife and a husband, eh? Lillian Sweet and Herman Zuckerman. Well, now, let's see. Lillian, where are you from?
I was born in Redlands, California. I'm a native.
Oh, a native, huh? Mm-hmm. Well, that's most unusual, huh? And Herman, where do you hail from?
Oh, I was born in New York City where the Essex Street Park is.
Where is? Well, what is?
Essex Street Park is
Essex Street, oh, I see. We'd rather you wouldn't mention that name on this show, if you don't mind.
I can't help it. I'm born
I'd like you to realize that Ferdinand DeSoto discovered the Mississippi River, in addition to the Fire Dome 8. How long you're married, Lillian?
Yes, we've been married 19 years.
Really?
Yes.
Well, you're an extremely young-looking woman to be married that long. Your husband must have treated you most gently these years, huh?
He had.
Lillian, it isn't necessary to shudder when I mention your husband. How long have you been married, Herman?
First time 5 years, the second time 30 years.
How did you get the reprieve? What happened the first time? Something must have happened.
My mother-in-law came to visit us.
Say no more, Herman. I understand perfectly. How did you meet Exhibit B?
I married my mother-in-law.
Well, that's certainly an original way of getting rid of your mother-in-law. Now, would you mind explaining that, if there is an explanation? Precisely what happened, Herman?
Oh, I met my mother-in-law in a department store, and she was a widow at the time.
Just a moment. Do you make a practice of roaming through department stores, picking up elderly women?
Sometimes.
Pretty honest about it, isn't it? Now, Mrs. Sweet, how did you meet your husband?
Well, he came out with my sister's boyfriend, and he came out to meet me, and I had made a previous date, and I went on my date and left him there to play rummy with my parents that evening. I think he lost about 65 cents.
Well, was he a rummy at the time, or was it just a...
That was just a game they were playing.
I see. Now, what did Mr. Sweet say when he proposed? Do you remember? Did he whisper sweet nothings to you?
Well, no, he didn't propose. My brother-in-law did the proposing.
This has been a tough night all evening. Well, that's natural. You married your brother-in-law, Herman married his mother-in-law, and I was a male war bride. Lillian, if you married your brother-in-law, what happened to Mr. Sweet? He's sour on the whole thing by this time, I guess. Huh?
Well, no, my brother-in-law married my sister.
And your husband married Herman's daughter-in-law, is that it? You better explain about that proposal, Mrs. Sweet.
Well, we were invited by my brother-in-law and my sister to their house to dinner, and I think it was just about the middle of the soup course that my brother-in-law said that there was a nice apartment for rent next door, and they thought we'd make a nice neighbors, so why didn't we get married and occupy the apartment next door? So we got married and moved in.
Did you ever finish the soup?
I've forgotten.
Well, you're a nice couple, and it's been interesting talking to you. That's what I like about this program. You meet nice, normal people every day. Just like you and me. Now, before I proceed with this, I'd like the audience to know that there's a popular library edition of Kyle Crichton's book, The Marx Brothers, that is now on sale at all drugstores for 2 bits. That's true, and the book originally was $3. That'll give you an idea of the book. No, I may be prejudiced, but I think it's a wonderful book, and my advice to you is to rush down and buy a copy of this book. I'm sure you'll be crazy about it. All right, now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $3,500 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The engaged couples still lead with $320.
FC Ohio can bill you $20. You selected songs about occupations as your category. Here's your first question. How much of the $20 will you try?
How much should we go?
$19.99.
$19.99?
$19.99. All right. What is the name of this song? Play, Jerry.
Vulgar Boatman?
The Vulgar Boatman.
And you're off to a good start. You have $39.99.
They really weren't very vulgar. They were nice fellas.
$39.98?
Yeah, that's good.
Remember, you're going for $3,500. You're going to bet $39.98? Give me the title of this song. Play, Jerry.
Let it rain.
Prisoner's Song.
Prisoner's Song is right.
You're claiming you have $79.97.
You have $79.97. How much you going to bet?
All right, go ahead.
$79.90.
All right, play it, Jerry.
Come on, you guess, too. Peanut Vendor.
Peanut Vendor is right. All right. Now you have $159.93.
Sure.
You had too much to say tonight anyway. All right. It's your last chance to be the other couples. You're going to bet what?
All of it.
All of it.
Mm-hmm.
Play it, Jerry. How much did they win? $319.86.
You wind up with $319.86. And that means that the engaged couple with $320 in just 1 minute get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $3,500 question.
We missed it by 14 cents.
Well, I'm
14 cents.
It is pretty
It's
well,
been a pleasure. Thank you.
Easter time, when we all like to blossom forth in our new spring outfits, is a good time of year to think about our car, too. A good time to check up on its appearance for the summer driving ahead. Remember, when it comes to your car, good appearance is more than a matter of pride. It's also protection. So tomorrow, drive in to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers and tell him you'd like to have his springtime appearance special. There's no better way to maintain your car's present high value. First of all, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer will give your car a thorough washing and polishing, thus removing dust, dirt, salt, and grime. Your car will get a thorough cleaning job inside and out, including upholstery, carpeting, and luggage compartment, too. Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer will touch up any traffic scars that might mar the appearance of your car. He'll stop any rust wherever he finds it. He'll give your car a paint touch-up wherever it needs it. So drive in to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers for that springtime appearance special tomorrow. You'll be surprised how little it costs. Just look for the famous sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And here comes the winning couple, Groucho, the engaged couple, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $3,500 question.
Well, if you get this, you can get married tonight. All right, here we go for $3,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer, and please no help from the audience. When the government decided to build a hydrogen bomb, they chose a private corporation to do it for $1 a year. What corporation has been assigned to build this bomb? What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Oh, I read it. Was it the War Department they decided?
No, I asked you what corporation has been assigned.
No, I don't know.
Well, the correct answer is DuPont. So that means the big question next week will be worth $4,000. Well, they lost the big money, but they won $400 in the quiz, George.
$320.
$320? Oh, congratulations, and give each other a big kiss. Congratulations and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $4,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. 2 great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see the DeSoto fire don't make tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. You're looking for trouble when you look away from the road. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, the evening meal has been over only a little while as we join our friends in the small house halfway up in the next block now. And we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Cook and young Mr. Rush Cook enjoying a season of postprandial ease in the living room. Their serenity is short-lived, however, for Sade has just produced consternation. Listen.
You don't mean to tell me that you want me to be going over there and hard. Well, it's 190 degrees in the shade, Sade. I'd melt into a... You were joking all the time, weren't you?
Not joking a bit.
You mean to tell me that you'd have me move forward?
Please. Person makes an innocent little remark and fellas jump out of their undershirts screaming like panthers.
Then you were joking.
No.
You're serious when you suggest going over in Donahue's basement and carrying out 2 tons of coal?
It's got to be done, hasn't it?
Mom, tonight's the night the fat businessmen play handball down at the YMCA.
Oh, you don't have to be there, though. I was cute. Before I mentioned the coal, I said, what you going to do this evening, Vic? Mr. Vic said, nothing. I said, you got anything up your sleeve, Rush? Mr. Rush said, no.
A very, very ingenious trap.
Oh, what you say we don't bother going through a lot of talky-talking stuff? What you say we slip into our overalls and take care of this little job?
Your mother calls moving 2 tons of coal a little job.
You don't have to move it all this evening.
You're too kind, Sadie. Your heart is bigger than a tub. But I can't let you get away with so much generosity. I'll not only move your 2 tons of coal this evening, but I'll also paint the house and shingle the roof.
Some fellas hate work like they hate a snake.
Most fellas hate the idea of lugging coal around on a stifling hot day.
It's not stifling hot now. The cool of the evening set in. Why, I bet if you glance at the thermometer, you'll know... Rush, don't strain yourself fidgeting around. You're not going anyplace.
Fat businessmen are playing handball down at the YM.
Fat businessmen down at the YM never entered your noodle till I mentioned coal.
Fat businessmen down at the YM.
Don't fetch you in your father's overalls.
Kiddo, let us leaven our good impulses with common sense. Before we plunge into some rash course of action, let us consider and reflect. Now, you know
Skipper.
yourself that...
Overalls?
Yes.
Cellar weight?
Yes.
Fat businessmen down at the
Wait,
YM.
Rush.
What do you mean, wait, Rush? I told him to do something. Scoot, Rush.
Fat businessmen down at the YM are playing handball, and
Wait, Rush. After the mama's given the child a definite order.
Getting back to the subject of Donahue's and their 2 tons of half-wit coal, may I humbly venture the opinion that summertime is no time
Let
to
me
be
venture an opinion once. They moved away from Virginia Avenue, leaving that lovely pile of coal they couldn't take with them. They said they'd make us a gift of it. Coal is expensive, and here's a monstrous, big, beautiful heap of it we can have for nothing. Shall we let it go?
I'm sure you'll agree with me when I say we're hardly dying for coal in the middle of summer. We've got a long time to wait before the wintry blasts force us to huddle near the furnace and blow our breath on our blue fingers.
You'd wait till next December, huh?
I'd certainly wait till dog days are over. I'd certainly wait
Dick,
until...
don't you appreciate why we ought to get that coal in our cellar as quick as we can?
No.
2 good, solid reasons.
Mutt and Jeff, I suppose. Oh, heck, kiddo, let's
2
forget...
good, solid reasons.
What are they?
One is Mr. Erickson may rent his house any minute. If a new family moved in next door and took possession, what could we do? I bet you haven't thought of that, had you?
No, but
It's true, isn't it? Could we go over next door in some strange family's basement and start carrying away coal? We could not. Why, the chief of police would be here on his motorcycle so fast it'd make your head swim. And besides
My overalls
that...
are all wrinkled.
What?
My overalls are all wrinkled.
Oh, how horrible. Now you won't be able to do a lick of work. Person certainly can't accomplish anything with wrinkled overalls. Put them on. And let's not have any more nonsense. Give your father his.
I don't want mine.
Oh, yes, you do. You'd be black as a 9 of diamonds in 6 seconds if you tried carrying basket loads of coal across the yard wearing a good...
Basket loads of coal?
Sure.
You propose transporting 2 tons of coal by means of rotten little measly baskets?
I don't know as they're so rotten or measly either. Them market baskets down cellar are substantial and hold a good deal.
Why don't we use teaspoons?
Be slipping them on, Rush.
Or here, I got a cavity in my tooth. I'll use that to haul coal in. If disgusting little vulgar market baskets are good enough to haul...
What would you use? A team of horses in a wagon? The coal has to be carried from Donahue's basement to our basement. Distance of about 15 feet.
Surely you listen to a reasonable...
Rush, get into them overalls. I'm not going to tell you again.
The handmen playing fatball down at the YM are about this time.
The handmen playing fatball down at the YM.
I mean the fat men playing handball. Fat men playing handball down at the YM.
Get in them overalls. You too, Vic. Actually, now, don't you think it's a little ridiculous to waste all this time? You got no plans for this evening. All you do'd be go sit out in the porch swing. Couple of hours of good wholesome exercise would do you good.
Getting dark. Can't work in the dark.
Drowning man grabbing for straws.
What?
Nothing. You won't have to work in the dark. Soon as it gets dark, you can quit.
You said there was 2 reasons why it was necessary to hurry up and break my back after a hot, miserable day, lugging coal around like a slob of a half-wit hippopotamus.
Yeah, 2 reasons. One of them is Mr. Erickson might get his house rented any minute. Might get it lit tomorrow. If that happened, we'd be out our lovely 2 tons of coal.
What's the other reason?
The other reason is I'm pretty sure Mr. Erickson is helping himself to that coal himself.
Yeah?
Yes. I'm pretty sure there's not a day goes by but what he don't stop by and get a few chunks and carry 'em off home in that big satchel of his.
Rather far-fetched, don't you think?
It's Miss Donna who suspects him. She told me yesterday the pile had dwindled something fierce. And don't that sound like him? Why, if he's coming every day and helping himself to a chunk of coal and sneaking it away in his satchel, it won't be very long.
Telephone is ringing.
See who it is, Rush.
Probably Bluetooth Johnson.
Well, if it is, don't get in any long, drawn-out conversations.
He probably wants me to go down to YM and watch the fat men play handball.
Handmen play fatball.
When I said handmen play fatball, I naturally was confused with fat men.
Play handball, yeah. Answer the phone before the party hangs up.
Hello? Hello, Miss Denbottom. Just fine, thanks.
500?
Yes.
Sure.
Miss Denbottom, ma'am.
Tell him to come right over.
Well, if you people plan to indulge in cards, why can't I proceed on down to YM and witness
the handmen play fatball. Get out of the way.
Tell him to come right on over.
Be putting on your overalls. Hello there, 3rd Lieutenant Stanley. No, finished supper ages ago.
Just sitting here with our teeth in our mouth. Uh-huh. Why, say, that sounds fine. Sure, the big muckety-muck says wonderful.
Tell him to come right over.
Why don't you do that? We'll be here. Oh, sure. All right, we'll be looking for you, lady. You bet. All right, Ruthie. Goodbye.
You coming right over?
Oh, coming right over. It's not 6:30 yet.
When are they coming?
When they usually come, around 7:45 or kind of halfway in around through there.
Call back and say we'd like to get an early start. Say Victor wants to get up early in the morning, and if it's all the same to
now
them...
listen, you boys are going to move that coal.
Mom, you say that you still insist on military coal over
about it. Mr. Erickson might get his house rented any second, and we'd be out our lovely heap of coal.
Will you please tell me how I'm going to be loving coal and still paying 5
Go down cellar and get the market baskets, and then skip on over to Donahue's. Put on your overalls, Rush. Put on your overalls, Vic. And then run along. I'm a lady with lots of responsibility. I've got 2 little boys to look after and watch over. 2 little tiny helpless boys.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where do you eat meat to eat? Right, your man just speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Hey, guess who's coming down tonight? Tony Martin. Is she a good-looking dame? Duffy, I think you got your genders in reverse. Huh? Well, you saw a note in the column that said what? Among the most beautiful girls was Tony Martin? Duffy, that ain't who he was, that's where he was. Yeah, the guy's a real maggot for the fair sex. Attracts dames, you know, like a free lunch attracts the flies. He's a singer. Huh? Is he the same guy that used to sell fish on Lenox Avenue? No, Duffy, please. This is Tony Martin's a very high-class guy. He sold fish on Park Avenue. Oh, sure, the guy's terrific. You know how the dames all faint when Sinatra sings? Well, when Martin sings, they don't faint. They just don't want to waste time being unconscious. Well, look, I'm kind of busy. I'll call you back. Eddie, tell me, how do I look tonight? Notice anything different about me?
Let's see. Oh, yeah, you got on a clean shirt.
Oh, that I've had on since last Tuesday. No, I've been to the barber's. Smell me. The cologne?
No, you can't smell cologne around this place. Competition's too strong. What's the idea?
Well, I'm expecting a beautiful young lady tonight.
Yeah. Got a girlfriend coming down tonight?
Yeah.
With Tony Martin coming here?
Yeah.
Ain't that like giving the H-bomb to Wyszynski?
Don't seem to have the proper respect for me, Eddie. To you, Tony Martin's a handsome lady killer, and I'm just a bum. Don't deny it.
I ain't denying it. Who is this girl?
Pamela Huntington Smythe, the ranking member of the Hoi Polloi.
How'd a low polloi like you get to meet her?
She was riding in the horse show.
What was you doing at the horse show?
I had a tip on a dame. And Eddie, the minute I seen this Pamela, I said, this is it. She looked like Lady Godiva with a short haircut. Absolutely beautiful, Eddie, in her riding pants and her jod hoppers. Yeah, it was love at first sight.
That word is pronounced jodhpurs.
God, I can see what you know about dames could be wrote on a pinhead.
What?
Oh, hiya, Finnegan.
Am I butting in?
No, we were just talking about dames.
Oh.
Got any new ideas on the subject? No, I'm still working on the old one. Oh, in a rut, huh? It's a pretty nice rut to be in. I must try it sometime. What, didn't you ever kiss a dame, Finnegan? Well, me mother. She was too willing. Well, didn't you ever kiss a strange girl? You never seen me mother. Finnegan, you know, sometimes I think you're a midget with a grown-up body. What is it, Miss Duffy?
Is it true that Tony Martin's coming down here tonight?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, I was just wondering, do you suppose he might ask me for a date?
I think he'd just jump at the chance. After all, who else could he go out with that would be as glamorous and chic, beautiful?
Oh, Archie, you're turning my head.
Looks better that way. You and Tony Martin. Hi, Art. What's the name of your dame? The name of the dame is Smythe, Finnegan. It's a society name. You know, it's spelled Smithy. Smythe. Hey, wait a minute. Here she comes now. Eddie, you got to help me impress the dame. Act like me butler, huh?
Hello, Archie.
Well, Miss Pamela Huntington Smythe. This is indeed an honor. Excuse me just one second. Oh, Jeeves. Jeeves, I would like you to dash down to my couturier.
Down what?
My couturier.
Was that the one with the 3 balls hanging over the shop?
Well, I'm talking about my tailor. Priceless sense of humor, that Jeeves. Been with us for years. The old family container, you know.
Well, so this is where you work.
Yeah, this is where I work. You see, Duffy had a little labor trouble, and I just took this job to help him out temporarily.
Oh, how long have you been working here?
10 years.
Well, what did you do before that?
I was a playboy.
A playboy?
Yes, and Mother wanted me to learn a trade, but I wouldn't dream of it. So now I just hang around nightclubs and shoot big game in Africa. That moose head on the wall over there, by the way, is one of my African trophies.
Archie, there are no moose in Africa.
Look, when a moose is coming at you 90 miles an hour, you don't stop to ask, what are you doing in Africa? However, the playboy is all part of my past.
Hey, Archie.
What is it?
Look out, here comes Tony Martin.
Who's worried about Tony Martin? Miss Smythe, why don't you run into the kitchen? I'm sure there are a few little things that you'd like to look at.
I'm sure there's a few little things in the kitchen would like to look at Miss Smythe.
Geez, you're so droll. Now get her out in the kitchen quick. Hello, Tony.
Hello, Archie.
Welcome to Duffy's Tavern, and may I say that you are treading on hallowed ground?
What do you mean?
The great singers that have preceded you. Sinatra, Crosby, Melchior. You see, Tony, the tavern is sort of a Valhalla for singers.
Now that you mention it, this is Valhalla of a place. Hey, Archie, tell me. Does Duffy's Tavern always smell like this?
Smell? Tony, please. This distinctive atmosphere is our trademark. We like to think of it as a friendly aroma.
Well, get rid of that friendly aroma. It's stinking up the joint.
Funny, I don't seem to notice it.
You don't?
No.
You'd be very happy in picture business.
Thank you. Maybe I should have been a movie actor. You know, as a matter of fact, a lot of people have remarked about what a strong resemblance there is between you and me. You know, they say we look quite a bit alike.
Well, let them say it. I got dough in the bank.
I'm glad to see you take it that way, Tony. I didn't get sore neither. But, you know, as I look at the both of us, I can see the resemblance. Take our builds. We're about the same height, and what do you weigh?
About 175.
Well, there you got about 70 pounds on me. But that's just because my shoulders is a little narrower than yours.
Well, they only seem narrower because your ears stick out so far.
Logical. Yeah, we're a lot alike, Tony. Yeah, put a little makeup on me, give me an hour with a curling iron, and I look enough like you to be your grandson.
You know, Archie, it's amazing that a man as offensive as you hasn't got more scars.
You know, that's another thing we got in common. Our skins is without a belmish. Of course, the big thing is that we both got animal magnetism. Bet you got as many dames as me, huh?
Well, frankly, I ain't been doing too good lately.
Yeah, well, and with all them beautiful dames you work with in pictures in Hollywood, Lana Turner, Eddie Lamar, Mary Miles Minter.
Well, I'll tell you, I haven't seen her in a long time. You know, I threw her over for Nita Naldi.
Oh, well, tell me, Tony, that Hedy Lamar, what's it really like?
I don't know. I just worked in a picture with her. She's just a business acquaintance.
You mean you didn't even... Maybe you ain't got so much animal magnetism after all.
Well, maybe I'm not as maggoty as you are.
Yes, you are. It's just that I got a little more nerve. But all that part of me past is behind me, Tony. I'm about to get married.
Well, congratulations, Art. I think this calls for a drink.
Now, fellas, a toast. Here's to the bride. He's getting a fine fella.
Here's to the groom. For he's a
jolly good fella?
No.
A gentleman and scholar?
No.
Nincompoop? That's it! I knew we'd get it. Now, cut it out. Leave us drink up here, huh?
Say, I was just... Hey, you're Tony Martin.
That's right. What are you?
I'm Kirsten Finnegan. Don't you know me?
Why should I?
Well, I go to see all your pictures. I thought you'd recognize me.
Well, I'll tell you, the film goes so fast, I don't get a chance to look out at the audience.
Oh, you see, there's always a simple answer for everything, isn't there?
Yeah, apparently. Well, nice to meet you.
Oh, you're just saying that.
No, I'm not.
That's funny. I could have sworn somebody said it.
Hey, leave us alone, will you? Mr. Martin and me is talking about marriage.
What? What'd you say?
We're talking about marriage.
Oh, well, I hope you'll both be very happy.
Tony, I'm sorry. You'll have to pardon him. You see, before he was born, his mother wasn't expecting him.
Miss Archer.
Huh?
A message from Miss Duffy.
What's the message?
Standing by.
Say, this Miss Duffy, is she fun?
One of the funniest. And she's very anxious to meet you, Tony.
Oh, one of my fans, huh?
One of the funniest.
Duffy. I'm glad to hear it. What does she look like?
What does she look like? That's an embarrassing question. You've seen Shirley, the daughter of Mrs. Temple?
Yes.
Miss Duffy looks like Thunderhead, the son of Flicker.
Come now, Arch. Nobody can be that bad.
Good evening.
Shows you how wrong a guy can be.
Archie, aren't you going to introduce me to Mr. Martin?
Okay. A special favor to Perry Como, I'll do it. Miss Duffy, Mr. Martin. The hunter.
Good evening, Miss Duffy.
Mr. Martin.
Yes?
I'm going to skip the preliminaries and come right to the point. Tell me, what's my chances?
Well, Miss Duffy, since we're being blunt, I'll come right to the point. You're a dead duck.
door on. Mr. Martin.
Yes?
Just so I won't go home empty-handed, could you at least sing a song?
Yeah, come on, Tony. Sing us a song.
Well, if you insist.
Sure, come on. Give us a sample.
Okay. I haven't sung for a long time.
Oh, that was swell, Tony. You got it great together.
Finnegan, he ain't sung yet.
Oh, I thought...
Go on, Tony. Rattle them tonsils a little, will you? 1 second. 2 seconds. 3. 3 seconds have disappeared into eternity. They'll never pass this way again. They're gone beyond recall. But as they go, they leave behind a philosophy for us all. Enjoy, 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 enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. Enjoy yourself while you're still in the pink. The years go by quickly as a wink. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. Oh, la 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 dee la doo. You work and work for years and years. You're always on the go. You never take a minute off. Too busy making dough. You say you'll have your fun someday when you're a millionaire. Imagine all the fun you'll have in your old rocking chair. Enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. Enjoy yourself while you're still in the pink. The years go by quickly as a wink. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. Oh, you fall in love with someone nice. You'd like to set the date. But money doesn't grow on trees and you decide to wait. You're so afraid you might bite off much more than you can chew. Don't be afraid you won't have teeth when you reach 92. Enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. Enjoy yourself while you're still in the pink. The years go by quickly as a wink. Enjoy yourself. Come on, enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. Tony, you know, with a little grooming, you could be another Hildegard. Well, actually, I don't want to be another Hildegard. Why not? Well, people on the street that point at me and whisper, there goes Hildegard. She used to be Tony Martin. Yeah, but on the other hand, imagine what they'd be saying about Hildegard.
Say, Miss Archie, that society girl wants to talk to you.
Oh, tell her I'll be right with her, Eddie. Tell me, Tony, would you like a glimpse of me latest conquest? Yeah, where is she? Right over there. Hubba, hubba! Mr. Martin, look, but do not touch. Maybe you better stay here. Finnegan, talk to Mr. Martin for a minute and occupy his mind.
Okay, I will endeavor to amuse you. Say, Mr. Martin.
Yes, Mr. Finnegan?
Do you know the one about the two traveling salesmen?
Yes.
Would you tell it to me?
I'd like to tell it to you. You're too old.
Say, this is quite an amusing conversation we're having. You know, I heard that most singers was dumb, but you are living proof.
Mighty sweet of you to say it.
I'll think nothing of it.
Hey, Tony, listen, you got to help me out. That dame just told me a father's coming down here to meet me, and I need help. Tell me, how can I make a good impression on the dame's father? That's easy. Don't meet him. But what am I going to do? He'll want to know if I can support the dame.
Why don't you have Duffy give you a reference?
I can't. He's liable to double-cross me and tell the truth. But you just give me an idea. Hey, maybe you could act as Duffy.
What?
You're an actor. You think you could play a part that's a combination of Frankenstein and Dracula?
You mean I impersonate Duffy?
That's right.
Sounds like a fat part.
Fat and ugly.
But, Archie, if I'm going to do this, I'd like to do it right. How does this Duffy act? How does he talk?
Finnegan.
Yes?
Would you mind to acquaint Mr. Martin with the horrible details of Duffy's personality?
Come over here, Tony. Duffy talks something like this.
This is Archie, the young man I met at the horse show.
It's more like something you found on a scavenger hunt. Pamela, you've been going to horse shows for years. This is the end.
Well, thank you. It's nice to know that I have your blessing, sir.
My blessing. Just a second. What about your financial responsibilities?
Well, listen to what me boss thinks of me. Oh, Duffy, Tony, Duffy.
Yeah, Arch.
I think Finnegan overtrained him. Mr. Duffy, this is Mr. Smythe over here, Pamela's father.
Excuse me, but I was in the back room soaking me feet.
This is a little too much realism. Duffy, tell this gentleman something about me.
Well, when you first meet Archie, he seems like a jerk. Then when you get to know him a little better, he still seems like a jerk. But after you know him as long as I have, you get used to it.
He thinks this guy is trying to double-cross me. Look, Duffy, please do not forget you are talking to the pater of my tomato.
Well, where's the lucky girl?
Here I am. Oh, my, but you're handsome, Mr. Duffy.
Thanks. Come here, Dad, and leave me seal your wedding with a kiss.
Oh, that's sweet of you.
Well. I mean,
Mr. Duffy, that was for my wedding. How about another for my first anniversary?
Okay.
I may have a suspicious nature, but what's going on here?
Quiet, you jerk.
Huh?
Sit quiet. Say, Pamela, how about you and me taking a stroll in the park?
Oh, I love it. Good night, Archie.
Sorry, Arch. Can't help it. Guess I just got too much animal magnetism. So long, Archie.
Eddie, did I put one over on that dame? What do you mean? She thinks she's getting Duffy. Well, she hit the ceiling when she finds out it's Tony Martin.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Life of Riley, with William Bendix as Riley. Well, it's Christmas Eve, and in the Riley house there is peace and goodwill toward all men. But this definitely was not the case a few days ago, when Riley was a man sorely beset by trouble. It began one evening as our hero, a pencil stub in his hand and a dazed look on his face, was going over the monthly bills.
7, 640,
$2.19.
Riley, haven't you finished adding those bills up yet?
Takes time, Peg. I ain't an ad machine. Only got 10 fingers. Well, let's see. Electricity, that's okay. Gas, okay. Hey, what's this? $12 for a pair of pants?
For Junior.
Well, you just got a pair of pants last spring.
I know, but he's awful hard on pants. It's those school benches sliding in and out all day long. It just wears out the seat of his pants.
Yeah, well, it's got to stop. I send that kid to school to use his head.
Well, how much longer are you going to be with those bills?
I'm all through, Peg, and this month for a change, we ain't in the red. We're even $2 ahead. A nice little reserve for a rainy day. Well, anyway, a drizzle.
But
this is what happens when I'm in charge of the budget, because I plan, I maneuver. From now on, I'm the treasurer in this family. Yes, sir.
But, Riley, what about Christmas presents? We'll need at least $50.
I hereby resign as treasurer.
And it's only a few days off.
Falls kind of early this year, huh?
Same as every year.
Gee, I clean forgot it was next week. $2. And I promised Junior a bike and Babs a wristwatch. They're expecting it. Well, Peg, we'll just have to borrow.
Oh, I don't like it. Besides, who'll lend us money?
What do you mean, who'll lend us money? Our friends, that's who. I got loads of friends, and my credit's good with them. All I got to do is call up Johnny Vendron and say, Johnny? Oh, no, I still owe him from last Christmas. Well, I can call Lou Beatty and... No, I still owe him for the ticket for the Dempsey-Furpo fight. Well, I could always call up Sammy Roberts. You know, we got to make some new friends. We're in a rut.
Well, Riley, I could write to my father for a loan.
Oh, no. I don't take charity from relatives. I got my pride, you know.
Yes, but what'll we do?
Don't you worry. I'll get dough. I ain't so far gone I can't raise some dough to buy my family Christmas presents.
But where'll you get it?
I got my resources. I'll get it. See you soon.
Bill.
Mom, help. Pop's opening my piggy bank.
Junior, be quiet.
Well, Pop, give it to me. It's my money.
Junior, let go, Junior. I said let go of that.
Riley, let go of that bank.
All right. Keep your old bank. This kid is money mad.
Oh, gee, Pop.
Oh, how could
you?
you?
It was just a loan, and it's only for his benefit.
That's still no excuse.
Okay. I forgive you, Junior. Now, let's forget it.
Oh, hi. Daddy, would you hand me that vase on the mantel?
This one?
Yes, I left the money in here, and I...
Holy smoke, look at that bankroll. That dough's been in here all the time?
Yes.
Well, Babs, you shouldn't leave a wad of dough lying around like that. It might be stolen by some crook.
Well, if it is, it'll be an inside job.
That's not fair, Peg. Listen, Babsy, sweetheart.
I'm sorry, Daddy. I need this money.
You might at least wait until I ask you.
Well, I've got to get the girls to school some Christmas presents.
All right. Keep your money. This is a fine Christmas spirit. A fine way to pay me back for all I've done. When you were little, who dressed up in a red suit every Christmas with a beard and a wig and pretended to be a big, fat, jolly Santa Claus?
I did.
Yeah, well, who stuffed the pillows down your pants? I did. All I ever done for you kids is work. I put in 8 hours a day at that plant working for that ungrade Stevenson just so as Stevenson. I forgot. Peg, we got nothing to worry about. The bonus.
What bonus?
Well, I forgot all about it. Stevenson is going to give all the guys in my department a big bonus. He does it every Christmas.
Oh, Daddy, that's wonderful.
Just great.
Yeah, ain't he a darling ungrade?
I say it's a dainty trick, fellas.
Yeah, you're right,
You
Gillis.
said it.
Sure is.
Ray Stevenson says we're going to get bonuses if we work hard, and then after we fall in the trap and work hard, he reneges. No bonus. I tell you guys...
Hey, here's Riley. Does he know yet?
No.
Hi, fellas.
You're late, Riley.
Yeah, I know. I stopped off to put a deposit on the bike I'm getting my kids for Christmas. Boy, that bonus we're getting sure is a break.
Riley.
We're lucky we're working for a guy like Stevenson. What a sweet type.
But Riley...
It ain't every boss that hand out bonuses just like that.
Look, Riley.
Remember how I always stuck up for this Stevenson when all you guys said he was a rat? Well, this just goes to show that he's...
We ain't getting no bonus.
He's a rat. No bonus. Why?
Because he's a miserly miser, that's why.
Well, he can't get away with this. We've been counting on this bonus.
That's all I've been living for.
Yeah, well, we ain't going to take this laying down, fellas. We got to stick up for our rights. We ought to send a delegate up to see him and demand the bonus.
Yeah. Wait a minute, guys. No, he might get sore and fire the delegate.
Oh, what's a job compared to your self-respect? There comes a time when you've got to fight for your rights. Besides, we'll elect a delegate, so it'll be democratic.
I nominate Riley.
Now, wait a minute, guys.
Second the motion.
Now, wait a
All
minute.
those in favor of Riley?
Just a minute.
Aye. Riley, you're elected delegate.
I demand a recount.
Mr. Stevenson will see you now, Riley.
No, thanks, Millie. Well, here goes.
Good luck. I hope you get the bonuses for the boys.
Well, I'll get him all right. I'm going to be tough, and I ain't taking no for an answer. I'll show him. Mr. Stevenson!
Ah, Riley, come in.
Mr. Stevenson?
Sit down, Riley.
Mr. Stevenson?
Have a cigar, Riley?
Thanks. Have a lifesaver? Mr. Stevenson.
Here, let me light it for you.
Boss, I come to demand a bonus.
Speak up, Riley, speak up.
But it's about the bonuses, Mr. Stevenson.
Oh, yes. I understand the men are quite upset about that.
Yeah, well.
Riley, I'm glad you brought this up. I want you to understand how I feel about this whole problem of bonuses. Now, try to put yourself in my place.
Yeah, but boss...
No, here, come here.
Huh?
Sit behind my desk.
Where?
There.
Oh.
Now, you're the boss, and I'm the worker.
Oh, okay, boss, sir.
No. You're the boss.
Okay, worker, sir.
Now, look, Riley, you're the boss. You've got the interests of your employees at heart. You want to do something nice. Christmas is coming, so you think of a bonus. Go on, Riley. Give me a bonus. What would you say?
Well, I'd say, Stevenson, you've been a good worker, loyal all year, and you're underpaid. So I feel you deserve a bonus. Here's a check for $100. And Merry Christmas.
You offer me a check for $100? I'm insulted. Here I am, a self-respecting American workman, doing an honest day's work for an honest day's pay. And you offer me this tip? You've insulted me.
Well, I'm sorry.
Oh. You meant well, Riley. It's just that as boss, all you can think of is money.
Yeah, I'm a greedy pig.
You can't understand that as your employee, I have something better than money. Pride.
Yeah, pride.
And what kind of a workman, what kind of an American would I be coming in here to ask you for a tip? What would you think of me?
You're a greedy pig.
Right. After all, we're partners, equals. You have your job here in this office. I have mine out by my machine. But we're still partners. This is our plant. Those are our machines. Those are our planes that we're making. Now, do you see why you shouldn't offer bonuses?
Well, yeah, but what? What will we tell our wife and our children?
Oh, Riley, they'll understand. Now, don't you feel a lot better about not getting the bonus?
Oh, yeah. What a relief.
Fine.
Yeah, but the boys...
Oh, don't think I'm going to forget the boys. I'm going to throw a big Christmas party right here in the plant, and they're all invited.
Oh, boy, that's swell.
And there'll be a big tree, refreshments, and entertainment.
A show with live actors?
No, something a little more appropriate. I'll read Dickens' Christmas Carol. They tell me I'm another Lionel Barrymore. That'll be a nice little gift for everybody, too. What do you think the men would like, Riley? How about a wallet?
A wallet? Just what they need. They can use them for tobacco pouches.
Fine. Fine. Suppose you pick them out. Get 50 good wallets. Real leather, huh? Say, $1 apiece. I'll tell Millie to give you the check.
Oh, boss, this is swell of you.
Do you think the boys will appreciate all this?
Appreciate it. You take a tip from me, boss. Don't let them catch you alone under the mistletoe. Well, so long, partner.
Well, guy. Well.
Boys, have I got news for you.
You hear that, guys? I told you leave it to Ray.
Good old Riley. That's the stuff, kid.
How much is the bonus?
The what?
The bonus.
Oh, that.
What do you mean, oh, that? We're getting the bonus, ain't we?
Well, the question is, do we really want a bonus?
Do we want the bonus?
What's the matter? You crazy? Well, fellas, now wait a minute. You don't understand. A bonus is un-American. And, well, if we take a bonus, we ain't Americans any longer.
Shake hands with the Hungarian.
Fellas, we ain't getting no bonus.
What? No bonus?
No, but we're much happier without it. Believe me, look, I'm happy.
Yeah, for a guy who ain't getting a bonus, you're a little too happy.
Riley, you wouldn't sell us out, would you?
How much is Stevenson bribing you, Riley?
Well, nothing, fellas, honest.
All of a sudden, he's pals with Stevenson. Look at his pocket, bulging with cigars.
Well, fellas, you know me. I wouldn't do nothing crooked.
Where did you get them cigars?
Why, I stole them.
You sold us out.
No, wait. If Riley says he didn't sell us out, I believe. He's my oldest and dearest friend. And I know he ain't that low a skunk.
Well, thanks, Gillis. Honest, fellas, I did my best, but cheer up. You ain't going to be forgotten. There's going to be something in your stockings on Christmas.
Yeah, feet.
Well, the way I look at it... Oh, hello, Millie.
Mr. Stevenson asked me to give you this. It's for the you-know-what. So long.
Oh.
Let me see that.
Look, wait, hey, that's mine.
A check. $50. Signed by Stevenson. Prices.
But, fellas, you don't understand. That's for the you-know-what.
We know what, all right. You sold us out.
No.
For a measly $50.
No, that don't...
You got your bonus all
No,
right.
I didn't.
Let's get out of here, fellas, and breathe in some fresh air.
Gillis, wait. You've known me for 20 years. You just said I wasn't a skunk.
A skunk? Compared to you, a skunk is Chanel No. 5. Let's go, guys.
Wait, fellas, you're hanging an innocent man.
We'll have the second act of The Life of Riley in just a moment. But right now, Santa Claus is coming to town, driven by Lou Kozloff and his 10 reindeer. Back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley, who now sits in his living room, a bitter and disillusioned man.
Friends, fat lot of good they do you. They always let you down. Well, I don't need them. I got Peg and the 2 kids. They're all the friends I need. Sorry, now I didn't have more kids. 10 or 12. Oh, well, who's counting? I'm satisfied. It ain't every father that has 2 wonderful kids like... Oh, hello, Junior, my son.
Hello.
Well, son, what... Junior, where'd you get that black eye?
Oh, it's nothing.
Nothing?
Why, had a fight with Egbert Gillis.
Egbert, are you crazy or something? He's twice as big as you. You could never lick him in a million years. What'd you take him on for?
Well, nobody's going to say my father sold out.
Junior, you fought over me. Oh, Junior, darling, you took on this big bruiser knowing he'd beat you to a pulp. You stuck up for your pop. Oh, my wonderful son. Well, I'll make it up to you, Junior. I'll give you anything you want. Go on, ask me. Ask me anything.
Why did you sell out?
What? You believe it?
Well, I didn't want to, Pop, but, well, gee, everybody saw the check.
I don't want to hear no more. I got a good mind to put you over my knee and give you a black eye so you won't be able to sit down for a week.
Well, Pop, if it isn't true, why didn't you at least explain?
Nobody will listen to me, just like you won't listen to me. I can explain the whole thing in a second.
Well, I'm willing to listen.
No. I got my pride. If you have so little faith in me that you can believe this story, well, then I'm through. I ain't explaining. You can think what you want. And I hereby resign as your father.
Oh, you're home, Daddy.
Oh, Betsy, my only child. Betsy, I know I've neglected you, and I never paid as much attention to you as I should have. Well, on account of him. But I swear I'll make it up to you. I'll give you anything you want, Betsy. Just ask me. Go on, ask me anything.
Daddy, why did you sell out?
What? You believe it, too?
But, Daddy,
I don't want to hear. My own 2 kids believe it. And I wanted to have 12 kids yet. That's all I need, a jury. To convict me.
Daddy, wait, listen to me.
I don't want to listen. I never thought that I'd live to see the day that
Well, what's all the yelling about?
Well, I got plenty to yell about. Those 2 kids of yours. The boys at the prank got a crazy idea. I sold them out so as I could get a bonus while they didn't. They're telling the whole town, and those kids believe it.
Junior, Babs, how could you believe such a thing about your own father, knowing the kind of man he is? How could you think he'd do such a terrible thing to his friends? But, Mother... Not another word. I'm disappointed in both of you. Now go to your rooms this instant.
Sorry.
Riley, why did you sell out?
What? Hey, you think... Oh, what's the use?
I only want to get to the bottom of this. I didn't believe it at first, but when I found out you cashed a check of Stevenson's for $50 at the market...
But, Peg...
Now, don't try to deny it. I know you did.
Well, sure I cashed the check. Well, look what I bought with it. Here, I'll show you. There, wallets for all the men. Christmas presents from Stevenson. And now they go around saying that...
Riley. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I should never have doubted you. Oh, Riley, I'm so ashamed.
Oh, no, that's all right, Dumpling. Don't cry. Dry your eyes.
Lend me your handkerchief.
I ain't got one. Here, use this blotter. Oh, what a mess. A fine Christmas this turned out to be. Oh, there's a Santa Claus on the corner. I think I'll give him a buck. It'll help somebody else to have a Merry Christmas. Holy smoke, look at that. It's the first time I ever saw Santa Claus wearing a black costume and a black beard. Merry Christmas, Santa Claus.
A Merry Christmas to you, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
It's you, Digger.
Yes, it is I indeed. Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Well, what are you doing, Digger, all dressed up like Santa?
Oh, I'm collecting money for the UEPGBCC.
UEPGBCC?
The Undertakers, Embalmers, and Pallbearers Give a Box for Christmas Club. We give out food parcels to needy families. Our motto is, the good that you do unto people will come back to you in the end. And so will the people.
Well, it ain't much of a Christmas for me, Digger. All my friends have dropped me. Except you.
Oh, I'll never drop you until it's absolutely necessary.
You heard what the boys are saying about me, Digger.
Ah, yes. What a vile slander. Riley, we must clear you. Nobody's going to throw dirt in your face while I stand around doing nothing.
Well, thanks, Digger, but I'll handle this myself.
You must strike back right. You must fight. Fight to the last ditch. Oops, that reminds me I have an appointment. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Mr. Stevenson.
Millie, I told you I don't want to be disturbed. I've got to rehearse the Christmas carol for the party tonight.
O'Reilly left this box. Here, it's the wallet for the men.
Oh, good. They're very nice. I think the men will like them, don't you?
No.
No?
Not after you promised them a bonus. They think it's very unfair, and you can't blame them. Frankly, it's not like you, Mr. Stevens.
Well, Millie, you don't understand. It's a matter of principle with me. The American worker should retain his dignity, and a bonus is nothing but a tip, a bribe. I've always maintained that no self-respecting American, I don't care what his job is, should accept one. And furthermore, I believe... Hello?
Hello, Carl.
Oh, hello, I.B. Merry Christmas.
Same to you, Carl. Carl, I've just come from a board of directors meeting. The board feels you've done a great job this year keeping costs down, and we voted you a little bonus, $10,000. Hello, Carl. Are you still on?
Yes. I don't know what to say, I.B. Thanks.
That's all right, my boy. You've earned it. See you tonight at dinner. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Millie, I've been thinking it over. After all, it is Christmas. Put a $50 bill in each wallet. I guess I'm just an old softy.
Oh, well, it looks like a very nice party. Mr. Stevenson certainly didn't skimp on food.
So what? Nobody's having a good time. Look at Gillis and the boys over there in the corner. They look at me like they look at the time clock in the morning. And I bet they like to punch me, too.
Well, then why don't you go over and explain what happened? I keep telling you...
They'll have to come to me.
Oh, you're so stubborn.
Oh, here you are, Riley. Riley, I think it's time you handed out the wallets. And then I'll do the Christmas carol.
Now, boss, maybe you better skip it. I don't think the boys will be a good audience on account of not getting the bonus.
Oh, don't you worry about that, Riley. Just hand out those wallets, and I guarantee they'll be a good audience.
Well, okay, it's your party. Fellas, can I have your attention, please? Fellas, Mr. Stevenson asked me to hand out the presents now.
Just a minute, Riley. Before you hand out any presents, we got a little present we'd like to hand out.
Now, wait a minute, Gillis. I'm running this.
It's for you, Riley.
For me? A present for me?
Yeah. All the boys chipped in and bought you a sweater. Special, made to order for you. Merry Christmas.
A sweater? You chipped in and... Oh, fellas. I gotta try it on. Peg, what did I tell you? I told you they'd come to me. Stand aside, Peg. I want to look in the mirror. Oh, it's beautiful, fellas. Black. My favorite color. And I love that white stripe running down the back. And look. It even has a bushy tail. Oh, thanks, fellas. This shows what you really think. No. Say it's a mistake, fellas.
Riley, it's getting late. I've got to do that Christmas carol.
You and your Christmas carol. Okay, you want a Christmas carol? I'll tell you one, you tightwad.
Riley!
Pipe down. This here Christmas carol is about a guy called Scrooge Stevenson. An old miser who wouldn't give the guys who slaved for him a measly bonus.
Riley?
Pipe down. And on Christmas Eve, Scrooge Stevenson is lying at his home in his bed, made of solid gold, when suddenly there's a knock at the door. And who do you think it is? Who? Pipe down. It's a ghost. The ghost of a Christmas yet to come. And the ghost says, Scrooge Stevenson, you miserable old skinflint, come with me and I'll show you how you're going to wind up someday. And the ghost takes him to Forest Lawn. And he points out a lonely grave. And on the grave there's a tombstone. And on it there's engraved an epithet. And the ghost says, Scrooge Stevenson, read your epithet. And you read it. And you know what it says?
What?
Here lies Stevenson. He's gone and he's forgotten. He gave us each a wallet, and in it there was nothing.
Riley, I ought to fire you for this. You're lucky it's Christmas. Now hand out those wallets.
No, I won't. I ain't going to insult my friends handing out them cheesy wallets.
Riley!
I'll show you what I think of you and your cheap wallets. I'm throwing them in the fireplace.
Stop it!
Right in that roaring fire. There.
Riley, you idiot! There's a $50 bonus in every one of those wallets.
What? A bonus? Oh, what did I do? I threw them in the fire. But don't worry, fellas. I'll get them back for you. Stand back, everybody. I'm going into that roaring blaze, and I ain't coming out till I have those wallets. Goodbye, Peg.
Riley, that's no fire. It's an electric log with colored lights. Oh, Riley.
You mean... But I was... Well, it's a Merry Christmas, everybody. Attention, please. Folks. It's Christmas Eve, and we're all having a good time, and we're all friends, and that's the way it should be. Christmas Eve. This is a solemn occasion. Will the fellas in the back there kindly break up that crap game? Thank you. Now, what was it? As I was saying, I want to say that there is a man here tonight who's been terribly misjudged.
Oh, come now, Riley. That isn't necessary.
Now, let me finish, Mr. Stevenson. He's been called all kinds of nasty names.
Oh, Riley, I really don't mind.
Yeah, but now you all know what a sweet, lovable guy he is.
Riley, you're making me blush.
And you all owe him an apology. So I'm asking you to all join in and wish him a Merry Christmas. Now, come on, all together. Let's hear you say it. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
And a Happy New Year.
And a Happy New Year.
To Chester A. Riley.
To Carl Stevenson.
It's a losing fight.
And listen again next week when Dress, the subject miracle for silks, nylons, woolens, dishes, brings you The Life of Riley. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog his Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, at last, Lum and Abner were able to find the best possible way of spending Diogenes Smith's $10,000 gift. The best way of benefiting every person in the community and of preserving everything that Pine Ridge and every other town in America stands for. They invested the money in United States war bonds. As we look in on the little community today, we find the old fellows in their Jot 'em Down store, and with their minds relieved of the responsibility of handling Diogenes' donation, they're turning once again to the tasks of their much-neglected store. Listen.
Well, why do I have to clean out the feed room today, Lum? I'll do it tomorrow or next week or something.
No, it's got to be done today, Abner. All that stuff ordered from the wholesale house will more than likely get here this afternoon. We got to have a place to put it, ain't we?
Well, what do you want to go and order so much stuff for?
Well, because we let our stock get so run down. We're mighty out of everything.
Yeah.
It is getting to where we had to tell our customers to go over to Dick Huddleston's store if they wanted to buy anything.
Well, I thought that was sort of a good idea. Sure saved us a lot of work. You got to admit that, Lum. Just sit here and play checkers all day.
Yeah, but that ain't no way to run a business, Abner. No, we got to fool with that $10,000 of Diogenes, and we just let our business run down here.
Yeah, we ain't paid much attention to it. I'll admit that.
Oh, it's run down something wonderful.
Yeah.
So go on, get back there and clean out the feed room. Never put off till tomorrow what you ought to did today.
Well, if I
said, never mind. I ain't going into that, I know.
Well, well, all right, doggies. I reckon I ought to have some help back there, though. Don't forget that printing press of Diogenes is still back there in that feed room. That thing's too busy for me to handle by myself, Lum.
Too busy?
Too big. That's what I meant to say. I'm too busy to handle it by myself.
I forgot about us having that thing back there.
Why, sure, it's still back there. Yeah. Them police fellers took all them engraving plates that Diogenes used for making counterfeit money, but they left a printing press back there. Reckon what we ought to do with that thing anyway.
Oh, wait a minute, Abner.
What's the matter?
Keep quiet. I'm studying.
You got something wrong with your head?
No, of course not. You know good and well I always put my hand up to my head this way when I'm studying and squint my eyes.
Well, yeah, but ordinary you sit down to do it, though.
Well, I'm learning myself how to study on my feet. All big executives do that. Always on their toes, making quick decisions.
Yeah.
That's the way a feller's got to be to get ahead in this modern world, Abner.
He does, huh?
Yes, sir. He's got to be mental alert at all times. Or to be able to take all the big problems that comes up and figure them out right on the spur of the moment.
Uh-huh.
Or to let nothing get by him. Or to learn his memory to recollect everything that goes on around him.
Uh-huh. Well, what you studying about? I say, what was you studying about a minute ago?
I can't recollect now.
Well,
more than likely there wasn't nothing important, no way. Go on, get to work on the feed room now, Abner. Don't put that off no longer.
All right, I still don't know what to do with that printing press, though. You want me to just throw it out there and back somewhere?
Wait a minute, that's it.
Huh?
That's what I was studying about. No, don't throw it out. Just leave it set there. You know, we might put in a little printing shop. I don't know.
A printing shop?
Yeah. Print up handbills for different stores and calling cards for folks and wedding announcements and I don't know what all.
Well, that sounds awful interesting, all right. Did you say wedding announcement?
Yeah, and such things as that.
Who's getting married?
I don't know.
Is it Cedric and Clarabelle?
Not that I know of. No, I don't reckon them two will ever get married.
Well, who is it then? Come on now, tell me, Long.
Abner, there ain't nobody getting married.
Well, what you printing up them wedding announcements for then?
Well, they're for anybody that wants them. Anybody that's aiming on getting married.
Well, you said nobody weren't getting married,
Oh,
though.
for goodness sakes.
All right, dog, is there something secret going on around here, Lum? Now, I want you to tell me... Wait a minute. Lum, you ain't getting married, are you?
Me? Why, of course not.
Now, Lum Edwards, you look me square in the eye and say that.
Abner, don't be silly. Of course I ain't getting married, and you know it. Varieties.
Oh, now, Lum, you oughtn't to be so bashful about it. Yeah, you just been a bachelor too long. That's your trouble. Now, come on, tell me. Who is it, Lum? Miss Frederick, a school teacher?
Of course not. I ain't even saw her for at least a month or so.
Well, who is it, then?
Abner, it ain't nobody. Now, get that silly idea out of your mind before I hit you right on top of the head with something.
Well, you don't need to get so mad about it.
I ain't mad. I just...
Well, all right. If you don't want to talk about it, well, I reckon you don't have to.
Well, I don't want to talk about it. So forget about it.
Yeah, I'll find out who it is, though. Just quick as we start printing them wedding announcements. I can read.
We ain't going to print no wedding announcements. I've decided again that idea.
Oh, you going to low, Tom, not tell nobody about it, huh?
No, I don't mean that. I mean I've decided again printing little stuff like announcements. I believe we'll just go right into book printing.
Book printing?
Yeah. And the first book I'm going to print is a new dictionary.
Dictionary?
Yeah, that one they got out now ain't complete.
Well?
It's got some common everyday words missing in it.
It has, huh?
Why, sure. How they expect our young'uns to get educated with books that ain't got all the words?
You say our young'uns? Lum, are you aiming on having some children after you get married?
For goodness sakes, Abner. What did I tell you about mentioning that subject?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Go on.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, nothing. Papa Lum. Go on. What words is missing, Lum?
Well, to begin with, Abner, get that silly grin off your face.
I ain't grinning.
Son, do goodness, you look worse than a laughing hyena.
Oh.
To begin with, the dictionary we got here in the store ain't got the word ort in it.
Well, maybe you never looked under the right place. Maybe you was spelling it wrong or something.
No, I was spelling it right. O-R-T.
Yeah, that's right.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
I even looked under the letters U and E to see if they'd made a mistake in spelling it. But it wasn't there neither.
Well, I do know. Art ain't in there, huh?
No. And there's another one. Ain't. Ain't in there neither.
Neither ain't nor art?
No.
Doggies. They oughtn't to leave them out. I reckon how come them to do such a thing as that?
I don't know. But I figure it might be on account of the book was writ a long time ago by old-timey feller. Noe Webster, I believe his name was.
Noe Webster? Did he write that?
Well, sure. You've heard of him before, ain't you?
Oh, sure, yeah. Lord me, yes, I've heard of him. I never knowed what his last name was before. Webster, well.
Of course, he done a good job at the time he done it, but now we ought to have a new dictionary wrote. A modern, up-to-date one.
Sure.
Maybe I'm just the feller to do it. I don't know.
Well, you might be.
I might be called.
Yeah.
I might become the modern Noah Webster. I don't know.
Well, good for you. Good. Of course, I don't know where you're going to get a big enough boat, though, Lum. That'll be the only trouble.
Boat?
Yeah, you have to have an awful big one to hold all them animals.
Animals? What animals?
The ones that go on the boat. There was 2 donkeys and 2 camels and 2 elephants and...
What in the world are you talking about, Abner?
You said you want to be just like Noah, didn't you?
Oh, I see. Well, of course I said that, but I said Noah Webster.
Well, yeah, if you want to use his last name. Yeah, I recollect him just as Noah, though. That's the only name I knowed for him. I never knowed what his last name was.
Well, there's 2 different fellers.
We never learned his last name in Sunday school. Noah is all they ever said. Of course, now, along with all them animals to feed and take care of, I don't believe you're going to have much time to do no book writing. You're going to be a busy man, I can tell you that right now.
Oh, to goodness, Abner, you get something in your head and won't nothing change it.
Well,
Stick of dynamite wouldn't jar it out of there.
Well, I reckon if the other Noah could do it, why, you ought to be able to do it too, Lum. You can work fast, I'll say that for you.
Abner, all I said I was going to do was write a dictionary. Now you got me loading down a boat with a bunch of animals.
You mean that's all you're going to do, just ride on that boat?
That's all.
Well, who's going to feed them animals then?
Oh, for goodness sakes, Abner, I ain't taking no animals no place.
You ain't? Well, you going on this boat trip just by yourself then?
I ain't going on no boat trip alone, even.
Well, if you ain't taking no animals and you ain't going alone, or... Hi, doggy, sure. What's the matter with me? Yeah, I see what you're aiming on doing now.
Well, I'm glad one of us knows what I'm doing.
Sure.
I know I can keep track of it.
Why, you old scallywag, you. Why, Lum Abner, I never knowed you had such ideas as that in your head.
Ideas like what? Or no, don't tell me. I've stood all of this I can for one day.
Yeah, well, wait a minute now, Lum. Where are you going?
I don't know, but if I stay here much longer, I'll go start raving mad crazy.
Yeah, well, wait a minute, now, Lum. Tell me some more about this
Answer
now.
the phone, Abner, and if it's for me, tell him I went out to have a nervous breakdown.
Yeah.
So long.
Went out to... Uh-oh, too late. Where did he say he's going? Hello, jot him down, store and library. Abner Peabody doing the talking. Oh, howdy, Elizabeth. Huh? Yeah, well, I'll bring you potatoes home with me when I come home to supper tonight. Yeah. Say, Elizabeth, wait a minute. I just got a great idea here. Yeah, I want you to call up everybody and have them come over to our place for a party tonight. Yeah, a surprise party for Lum. Yeah. Of course, he's getting married. Yes, he is. Huh? Oh, he's done went and did it this time. Well, he never admitted to it, but I believe it must be Miss Frederick. Yeah, but listen to this, Elizabeth. You all have said Lum weren't romantics. Well, you know what he's went and did? He's bought himself a great big boat, and him and his woman are going on their honeymoon trip on a boat. Yeah, wonderful world.
You know what that music say?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say, good health to all from Rexall, the stores with the orange and blue sign.
Yes, 10,000 independent Rexall druggists at the stores with the orange and blue sign bring you the Amos and Andy Show, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Roy Glenn, Tommy Moore, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy!
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Freeman Gosden. Now that 1954 is just beginning, it occurred to me how much a person could save in 1 year by going to a Rexall drugstore every time for the household and drug and beauty needs every family needs. And taking advantage of all the Rexall bargains and everything they offer. I can tell you from my own experience that it pays and pays to shop and save at a Rexall family drugstore.
today is Sunday, but let's go back a few days to the day before New Year's. All of Amos and Andy's friends were talking about their plans for celebrating New Year's Eve, with the exception of Mr. and Mrs. George Stevens. Because of the Kingfishers' financial position, they're looking forward to spending a quiet evening at home. This hasn't set too well with the Kingfishers' wife, Sapphire, and her mother.
Well, George, it's just like it always is. New Year's Eve ain't gonna mean nothing around here.
Yes, right, daughter. We never goes no place. Never has no one over, not nothing.
Now, what is you talking about, Mama? Last year on New Year's Eve, we done had open house for the crowd.
Some open house that was.
Yeah. 25-cent jar of olives and a pint of cooking sherry for 85 people.
Yes, and George, you had the nerve to come in at 8 o'clock ringing a great big bell and yelling, "Come and get it!"
Come and get it, huh? They couldn't even find it.
Well, I tried to keep the festive spirit going. At the stroke of midnight, I spelled out Happy New Year with olive pips.
Even Andy Brown is going out. He's got a new gal, and he's taking her to the big DePice's New Year's Eve party.
Oh, yes, Sapphire. The gal's name is Consuelo Pennington.
Mm-hmm.
She's one of the wealthiest gals in the neighborhood. Well, gives me confidence. If a big boob like Andy can get a gal like that, I ought to be able to get a man.
Now, listen, Mama, you looking for romance at your age? That's like going back to the well after the bottom done fell out of the bucket.
Can you imagine Andy going to a big society party like that? It's formal. He'll have to rent evening clothes and everything.
Yeah, he will, won't he? You're gonna have to, say, I just thinking here. I got my old tuxedo up in the trunk in the attic. Maybe I could rent that to the boy.
George, that suit must be 20 years old. It's got moth holes in it and everything.
Yeah, but if I think of the right angle, I wouldn't have no trouble. After all, I've been pulling the wool over Andy's eyes for years. Shouldn't be too hard pulling a little unfinished Worcestershire over his shoulders.
Well, I think I'll get into Lodge Hall here and see the Kingfish. He's always got an angle. What is this? Look at the sign they got on the door here. Dress suits for rent. Formal wear for weddings, christenings, wakes, funerals, and other happy occasions. Debumming and couthing up, our specialty. Hey, this is something. I'm looking for a place to rent a dress suit. I better get in here. Hi, Kingfish.
Oh, hi there, Brother Andy.
Say, tell me, Kingfish, is you really in the clothes renting business?
Oh, yes, Andy. I rent suits to all the society playboys. J. Ping Pong Morgan, Cornmeal J. Vanderbilt, and Bobo Rockefeller, all them fellas, yeah.
Well, that sounds like a good business. I need a dress suit. You think you got one here to fit me? I takes a snug 48.
Well, this tuxedo I got left here ain't exactly a snug 48, but it's the same thing.
It is, huh?
Yeah, it's sort of a sloppy 32. Feel the material there, Andy. Oh, it's the finest English worsted.
Wait a minute, Kingfish. Look at this suit. It's all wrinkled and baggy looking.
Yeah, well, like I say, Andy, the suit was made in England. And being styled over there on the old side, why, the Englishman's suit must have the proper droop and bagginess. In other words, fashion dictates that an Englishman must look like he is going one way and a suit going the other way.
Yeah, well, this must be an English suit, all right. I see they done operations one of the elbows here.
Oh, I tell you, Andy, why don't you step in the back there and slip it on? Just take you a second. Slip it on there.
Well, okay. I'll be
hurry up now. Hurry up there. Do-de-o-do. Yeah. I certainly hope that the big dummy falls for this. I hope when he's trying it on, he don't notice the condition of the lapel. Do-de-o-do.
Well, here I is.
Excuse me, sir. May I help you? Oh, it's you, Andy.
Well, of course it's me.
How you like that for a minute there? I thought you was the Duke of Windsor coming in from the back room there. Yeah, amazing what that suit do for you, son. I almost curtsied to you there. I didn't know who you was.
Yeah, well, I want to look good in it, because this gal I was taking is real high class.
Yeah, well, don't worry about that, Andy. She gonna remark about the English drape, and she gonna remark about the formal fit.
Yeah, well, I hope she don't remark about these mildewed lapels.
Now, wait a minute. I can explain to you about them green lapels.
You can, huh?
Yeah, you see, the last fella that rented the thing was an Englishman at the coronation. Well, he started toasting to the Queen with creamed him in highballs. And after about 6 of them, I got a little sloppy there, and he kind of greened up the lapels there a little bit. He started drooling on us there.
Well, I don't know, Kingfish. I don't think this is the right suit.
Now, wait a minute, Andy. Listen, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll send the thing to the cleaners and have the man reverse the lapels for you. Look just like a brand new suit as soon as when he twists them around.
Well, okay. Tell me this, you deliver, I'm going out about 8 o'clock.
Oh, yeah. After the thing is clean and pressed, I'll have it up here by 7 o'clock ready for you.
Okay, how much is you charging me?
Charging. Now, that's what I'm going to cut it down to. I'm going to cut it down to $25 for the night.
Well, I'll take it. But ain't that awful high?
Oh, yeah, Andy, but don't forget this is an English suit, and when it comes to smooching, that gal would no more think of saying no to you than she would have defined the whole British fleet. You know that? Well, cleaner didn't do a bad job on this suit. He got it back here at 1:30. Yeah, and they're going to come in.
How do you do? My name's Harrison. I saw you sign on the door, and I'd like to rent a tuxedo.
Tuxedo?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I forgot to take the sign down. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, mister. I did have one tuxedo left that was for rent, but it's cleaned out now.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
You see, I'm going to a wedding this afternoon. It's New Year's Eve, and every other place seems to be sold out, too.
Yeah, one of those afternoon wedding parties that go on all night, huh?
Well, no. You see, I work at the post office, and I have to leave the party very early.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. How early would you have to leave the thing then?
Well, I go to work at 6. I'd have to leave by 5 at the latest.
Just one more question, mister. Would you pay $25 for the thing?
Well, I'm desperate. I guess I'd have to.
Fine. You done got yourself a tuxedo suit. Now, you just be sure and get it back here by 6 o'clock.
Well, don't worry about that. If I'm late at the post office, I'd lose my job. But
Yeah.
why are you so worried about it?
Well, it's sort of a Cinderella story, mister. I'll spare you the details, but if it ain't back this evening, somebody is going to turn my head into a pumpkin. That's what's going to happen.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, one of the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell Rexall drug products, the famous guaranteed Rexall products, such as nasothricin. Nasothricin is the antibiotic nose drop formula that provides such effective two-way relief from nasal congestion. Not only do nasothricin nose drops open up a stuffy nose, but in addition, the antibiotic action of nasothricin inhibits many bacteria. So for both relief and protection in cases of nasal congestion, I recommend nasothricin nose drops. That's spelled Nasothricin. Rexall nasothricin comes complete with dropper at Rexall drug stores everywhere.
Well, it's 5:45. Mr. Harrison ought to be back with a suit any minute. Yeah, I got my hot iron here, ready to hit it the lick sooner you come in here with it. Yeah, well, Andy won't know. Hello, George Kingsley Stevens speaking.
This is Mr. Harrison.
Oh, yeah, Miss Harrison. Better hurry right up on over here before you lose your job at the post office.
Well, don't worry about that. I had such a good time at the wedding, I called the post office, and they said I could take the night off. We're going on to a nightclub.
Wait a minute, Miss Harrison. What about my suit, though?
Oh, don't worry. I'll pay you whatever extra it is. Good night and Happy New Year.
Yeah, wait a minute. Hello. Oh, me. Oh, what is that going to do? It's New Year's Eve. And they will never be able to run another tuxedo. And he's looking forward to going out with that society gal. He going to kill me. Yeah, I better get out of town. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah, I think this is one New Year's Eve that I better celebrate from the other side of the river. Yeah, I think I'll go down and,
hi, Kingfish.
Well, hello there, Brother Andy. Yeah, that's you. Yeah, what are you doing over here?
Well, I thought I'd pick up the tuxedo. You got the thing here?
Well,
hey, Kingfish, what's the matter with you?
Nothing, Andy. No, nothing at all.
Well, then how come your eyeballs is rolling around in their sockets like that? It looks like an earthquake in the ball bearing factory.
Well, tell you the truth, Andy, it's fear that makes me look this way.
Fear?
Yeah, I've been sitting here worrying about you, my boy.
Good.
Tell me this, is you still planning to go out tonight? New Year's Eve, this terrible night?
Of course I is. What's wrong with New Year's Eve?
Well, Andy, I'm going to tell you something. I just found out that the insurance company has done made out a survey, and they have discovered that on New Year's Eve, that is the most dangerous night of the year. Matter of fact, to handle the trade, they are thinking of opening all-night mortuaries for that night only.
He is, huh?
Yeah, now they found out that on New Year's Eve, just that one night of the year, the night that you plan on going out, you see.
Yeah.
1 out of every 4. Now, 1 out of 4. Get that in your head.
Yeah.
1 out of every 4 people going to meet with a bad accident.
Yeah, well, how come you just worrying about me?
Well, then, let's take 4 people at ransom.
Yeah, go ahead.
I ain't going out. Sapphire ain't going out. Her mama ain't going out. Now, that leaves you. And then I can't help. I just can't let you wind up as a big fat statistic on an insurance table. I just can't do it.
Now, wait a minute here, Kingfish. I ain't going no place dangerous. I'm just going to a party.
Yeah, well, all kind of accidents could happen at a New Year's Eve party, you know.
Good.
Oh, yeah. You could lose your voice singing Old Lang Syne. Strangle yourself on a confetti streamer. Get your hoof and mouth disease from drinking champagne out of a slipper. Or you...
Listen, Kingfish, I don't care how dangerous it is. Now, Consuela is expecting me to pick her up right now. And I don't care nothing about all these accidents. She's a honey baby doll, and the only thing that's going to be dangerous tonight is me.
Well, I don't guess there's no sense in prolonging the agony here, and I tell you what, I might as well let you know, Andy. Well, Brother Andy, the tuxedo ain't here.
What you mean it ain't here? I paid you $25 and everything. I can't get in the party without no tuxedo.
Well, now, wait a minute, Andy. Ain't no use getting mad. Now, I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. You see, I rented the suit to someone else, and they were supposed to bring it back, but they didn't bring it back. Now, that's the whole thing. Don't get mad with me now.
Well, that's a fine thing. If you rented it to me, why did you rent it to somebody else?
Well, now, that's my privilege, Andy.
What do you mean?
Under the rotating tuxedo law. I tell you, the law reads. The law says that I is allowed to rent a suit to 3 people in one day, providing I allows a 2-hour lapse between customers for what is known in the trade as the V&F.
The V&F?
Yeah, ventilating and fumigating.
Listen, Kingfish, I'm going to tell you something. The only ventilating going on around here is going to be a hole in your head.
Now, wait a minute. Don't get mad with me.
No, sir. Now, listen. I got that gal up there waiting, and if I stands her up on New Year's Eve, she ain't never going to speak to me again. Now, my chances to nuptiate up with all that money will go right smack out the window.
Well, now, look here. Now, wait a minute. Now, we think of something here. You don't have to be blunt about it with her. And call her up and kind of soft-soap her for a while on the telephone with a little love talk. And then, just at the right second, break the news to her gently that you can't get there, you see.
Yeah, well, I don't know what else to do. But this better work, Kingfish.
Yeah, oh, it's going to work. Now, don't forget now. Use the flattery and then break it to her gently. That's the idea of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello? This is Andy, honey.
Andy Brown, where are you? I've been waiting here and you was 15 minutes late.
Well, honey, I just want to tell you that you is the sweetest, most beautiful gal in the world, and... The whole thing is off for tonight.
But, Andy, I'm all dressed and waiting.
I just can't help it. I just can't take you.
Andy Brown, I'm never going to speak to you again in life. I'm just not going to. You're a horrible man.
Well, now I want... Hello. Oh, me, Kingfish. When Kingfish. Hey. How you like that? He done snuck out while I was talking. Wait till I get a hold of him. I'm going to ring out the old year and ring in the new with that boy's neck.
Now, here's Harlow Wilcox with a word for everyone who takes vitamins. A word about one of the best balanced vitamin formulas known.
Thank you, Mr. Rexall Druggist. And friends, the word to remember is Plenamins. If you want more vitamin value for your money, if you want a properly balanced formula that gives you vitamins aplenty, ask for Plenamins. Rexall Plenamins provide 10 vitamins, plus 3 important extras: iron, liver concentrate, and vitamin B12. In fact, Plenamins give you more than your minimum daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums. So you see, when you take Plenamins, you get vitamins aplenty. Yet, these guaranteed Rexall multivitamins cost only pennies a day. So, friends, don't just say vitamins. Say Plenamins, Plenamins, at Rexall drugstores everywhere, the stores with the orange and blue sign.
Well, that is the problem, Calhoun. And this gal busted up with him for standing up on New Year's Eve, and now Andy out looking for me with a 2x4 in his hand.
The boy gonna give you one of them nutty pine haircuts, huh?
Tell me this, what is I gonna do, though? If there was just some way that I could get Andy and the gal back together, maybe he'd forgive me.
Yeah, now, that ain't gonna be easy if he stood up on New Year's Eve. But wait a minute, Chair. If this gal went for Andy, she couldn't be very bright, could she?
Well, when it comes to gals, intelligence is one of the last requirements on Andy's list, I would say.
But I was just thinking here. The thing to do is play on this gal's sympathy. Make her think that he done something desperate, and then she'll forgive him.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah. Now, what is the most desperate thing a man could do, though, to make her feel sorry for him?
Let's see. How about joining the French Foreign Legion?
Calhoun, that's it. Yeah. Make Consuelo think that Andy done joined the French Foreign Legion and is going to fight the Arabs.
Yeah, man.
I got an old large hall uniform that order pairs for the French Foreign Legion uniform. Yeah. Got them gold epitaphs on the shoulder there, you know. Yeah, I'll have the gal come over to the lodge hall. Calhoun, this is a great idea.
Oh, man, yeah. Now, if you'll excuse me, Kingfish, I do to have dinner with my cousin Murgatroyd.
You mean Murgatroyd, that crazy bebop hipster?
Yeah. He's a character, all right. He's staying with me over at my apartment. And last night he woke me up and he said, Calhoun, I is thirsty. I'm real thirsty. And I gotta have a glass of water. So I got up and I give him a big tumbler full of water. Old Murgatroyd drank the water, but after he drunk it, he done sat there and ate up the glass.
He ate the glass?
Yeah. And I said, Murgatroyd, I know you were thirsty, but why did you do that? And he said, man, I was hungry, too.
Yes, that's what's done happened, Consuelo. Andy Brown has done joined the French Foreign Legion and is going to fight the Arabs in the Sahara Desert.
Andy joined the Foreign Legion? Mm-hmm. I can't believe it.
Yes, the boy was desperate when you turned him down in that cruel and heartless manner that you used.
Oh, but that's terrible, him doing something like that.
Yes, he joined up this morning. It looks real dashing in his uniform. I tell you, that must be Andy. That's the French Foreign Legion secret knock. La fenêtre, monsieur. Well, if it ain't Andy.
Oui. Bonsoir and say bum.
Look here, he's done picked up the language fast, didn't he, Consuelo?
Oh, Consuelo. I didn't know you was here. I just come over to say off winter schnitzel to my old pal.
Andy, are you really going overseas?
Oh, yeah, Consuelo. I ships out tonight for Sarah's Desert.
Consuelo, it's a touching sight when the Legion leaves. The boat pulling out into the harbor and all the friends and relatives standing on the deck singing the official French song, Le Mayonnaise.
And if you want to, Consuelo, you can come down to the ferry slip and blubber into the backwash.
Oh, Andy, it sounds like I'll never see you again.
That's right, Consuelo. Nobody that joins the Legion ever comes back. Ain't that right, Kingfish?
Oh, yeah, the fact is that they're so sure of you getting knocked off, they send you into battle with a coffin strapped on your back.
Oh, that Foreign Legion is the toughest outfit in the world. If you live long enough to get a discharge, they shoot you as a coward.
The only way that you can save your life is to commit suicide.
Oh, this is very sad, Consuelo, but it had to happen because you broke my poor heart.
But, Andy, I was just upset when you stood me up. I had no idea it would go this far. Andy, I forgive you. I really died. But it's too late now. You have to go on and join that old Legion.
Yeah, does I, Kingfish?
Well, then, as long as you're going to kiss and make up here, I think I might be able to call up the local branch of the Legion and get you off on the Cachet-la-Femme amendment. With the French, the only thing that takes priority over fighting is smooching. This is swell, Andy. You and Consuelo is all made up and everything, huh?
Yeah, Amos, and the Kingfish here done it for me, too.
Yeah, boys, I may have finished the old year wrong, but at least I started the new one off right. Boys, I feel that I done turned over a new leaf. Yeah, you really feels this way, do you, Kingfish? Oh, yeah, it does, boys. From here on, I'm going to try to help my fellow man instead of taking advantage of him. You know, I got the spirit of the new year in my heart.
Yeah, well, Kingfish, I could use a little help right now.
What is the matter, Andy?
Well, I promised Consuelo that take her to dinner in a nightclub, and all I got is $5.
All you got is $5, huh?
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, well, wait a minute, sir. I was just thinking here, Kingfish, if you want to do a good deed, why don't you help Andy out with enough money to take his gal out tonight? Well, I don't have no cash on me. That's the trouble. All my money is in the bank, and, of course, I could give you a check on it, I guess.
You could, Kingfish?
Yeah, Andy, that's what I'm going to do, too. I'm going to sit right down here and write you a check for $25.
Oh, yeah, that's swell, Kingfish. That's wonderful.
The only thing is, all I got in the bank is $25, and I didn't want to bring my wife Sapphire and her mama home a little box of candy or something, you know, for New Year's.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I was just thinking here, Andy, as long as the Kingfish is giving you $25, why don't you just give him the $5 in cash so he can get some candy for the family?
Yeah, that's right. I'd be glad to do that. Sure. Okay, here you is, Kingfish.
Well, thank you, son. Here's the check. You know, I think this is wonderful, you boys helping each other like this. It's the real spirit of the new year.
Yeah, sure is, Amos.
Well, seeing something like this kind of choked me up a little bit. Well, boys, I kind of choked up, too, and on account of after all these years, I finally see the light. And it happens on New Year's, too. I wonder if you boys could just leave me alone here in the office. I just want to sit down here by myself for a while.
Oh, sure, Kingfish. We understand. So long, old pal.
Yeah, so long, Kingfish. You've done a wonderful thing. You both had a tear in the eye. But I tell you one more thing. There's going to be a lot more weeping and crying when they get down to the bank and find out that check I give them ain't no good. I know that.
1/4 of America's homemakers now have jobs outside the home. And here is one of them.
We busy women are welcoming the trend toward sensible, time-saving cosmetics like Ann Delafield's all-purpose deep cream. Here in one handy golden-top jar is a single face cream that does everything. Cleanses, lubricates, softens, and smooths. Ann Delafield's all-purpose deep cream is all creams in one. You need no other face cream of any kind. And Ann Delafield's other cosmetics are time-savers, too. Ann Delafield's face powder, for example, has a built-in foundation. Ann Delafield's lipstick is non-smudging, long-lasting, in clear, true colors that never fade. All of Ann Delafield's cosmetic products are as practical as they are luxurious. So if you're one of the women who has to make time count, try the sensible, modern Ann Delafield line of cosmetics. Remember, these luxurious beauty preparations are sold exclusively at Rexall drugstores.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, rely on your Rexall family druggist. And when you visit him, please tell him that Amos and Andy asked you to come. Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
Are you reducing tooth decay with Amident ammoniated toothpaste?
Well, answer him, George.
Of course, Gracie. I use Amident twice a day.
You can smile when you say that.
Yes, it's the Amident Show, transcribed in Hollywood and starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. Yours truly, Bill Goodwin, B. Benaderet, Howard McNear, Hal March, Harry Lubin, and the Amident Orchestra. For healthy laughter, it's George and Gracie. And for healthier teeth, for fewer cavities, it's Amident toothpaste. Since her return from Europe last week, Gracie has been the center of attraction among her neighbors. We find her now telling Blanche Morton all about Paris.
Oh, Blanche, I adored Paris. It's so gay and romantic.
Well, Gracie, it's sure good to see you. Or as the French would say, je suis enchantée.
Is that what that means, good to see you?
Uh-huh.
Gee, I slapped 12 Frenchmen for saying that to me.
Tell me about those Frenchmen, Gracie. Are they really, you know...
Oh, they sure are, Blanche.
It must be fun there.
Oh, yes. It's like being in a country full of Bill Goodwins.
They're romantic, huh?
Are they? If your husband isn't with you every minute, well...
Oh, I'll bet George was fit to be tied.
Yeah, I wish I'd thought of it.
Gracie, do those Frenchmen really eat snails?
No, I don't think so, Blanche. They couldn't eat snails and work that fast. Why, in France, even men in their 60s are romantic.
Sexagenarians?
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but they're romantic. Oh, gee, Blanche. I wish our husbands had some French blood.
Yeah, or any other kind.
You know, George used to be very romantic when we were first married.
Ha, that's husbands for you. During the honeymoon, they're so gallant, so dashing. But look how they wind up.
I can't even wind George up.
Remember when your husband used to rush home from work and greet you with those 3 little words?
Oh, George still greets me with 3 little words. What's for dinner?
Just like my Harry. First thing when he gets in the house, the lid comes off the pot.
You're lucky. George leaves his hat on.
I'll bet those Frenchmen aren't like that, are they, Gracie?
Oh, no, Blanche. They're so charming and romantic. When you sit down to have dinner, they bow and kiss your hand.
Did George ever kiss your hand before dinner?
With his appetite, I'd be afraid to let him try it.
Yeah. If every year of marriage could only be like the first year.
Mm-hmm. We ought to pass a law. A law that says a marriage license is only good for 1 year.
1 year?
Yeah. And then if a man wanted to keep his wife, he'd have to renew it, like a dog license.
Yes.
But in order to renew it, he'd have to court his wife all over again, have a date with her, and ask her to marry him.
Well, it's a fine idea, Gracie, but our husbands will never do it.
They'll have to. I'll make it a law. The Taft Gracie law.
What's Taft got to do with it?
Nothing, but he's in all the laws.
Well, Gracie, you can't force a man to be romantic. You've got to be subtle about it.
Well, do you think that would work on George?
Well, sure. Now, look, did you buy a negligee in Paris?
Yeah, a beautiful one, all black lace.
Well, try that on George.
Oh, Blanche, with his figure.
No, Gracie, you wear the negligee.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Oh, wait till George sees me in that negligee. Oh, George, I've been waiting for you. Look at me. Well, darling?
What's for dinner?
To say.
No. I hope your Uncle John has gone back to San Francisco. He keeps eating the pickles. And you know how I love a pickle before dinner. I better go and see if...
No, George, wait.
What is it?
Oh, if my lips are puckered, doesn't that give you an idea?
You've been eating the pickles, too.
Oh, look at me. You haven't even noticed what I'm wearing.
Oh, yeah. You better take that nightgown off. You'll get pickle juice on it.
It's not a nightgown. It's a negligee.
Well, here. Slip on my coat. You'll freeze.
George, all I need to keep me warm is a pair of arms.
That's silly. Take the whole coat. I'm going out to get a pickle.
No, you're not.
Why?
Oh, you're going to court me. You're going to take me out on a date and ask me to marry you.
Are you crazy or something? I did that 16 years ago.
Well, I want you to do it again.
What for?
To put a little fire into your heart.
Let me eat a pickle. That'll do it.
I mean, the fire of romance. I want to recapture the thrill of our courtship. I want you to be the same dashing lover who swept me off my feet.
Look, honey, there's a time for everything. I'm at the pickle age now. I only hope that they didn't eat up.
Well. Well, look who's here.
Oh, hello, Uncle John.
Oh, it's nice to see you two together. Oh, it's nice. What's doing?
Well, I'm trying to build a fire under George.
Oh. Why, what's a strange place for a man to get cold?
Gracie, would you leave the room for a moment? I want to talk to Uncle John alone.
Well, that's fine. No romance for your wife, but the minute Uncle John walks in the room...
Go.
Oh, yeah, I can take a hint.
Now, look, Uncle John, when I invited you to stay here last week, I thought you were our sponsor, the man who makes Amadin's toothpaste.
Oh, but I'm not. Oh, I wish I were. Oh, I love Abbott. Oh, it makes your teeth so... Oh, it's good, I tell you.
Yes, well, we all like it. But getting back to you living here, there's an old saying. 2 is company and 3 is a crowd.
Oh, that's a nice saying. Oh, I like it. Oh, 2's company and 3's... Oh, that's a Derby-do.
Look, so one of us has to pack up and go to San Francisco. That would leave 2.
Yeah. Oh, but we'd miss you, George. Oh, we'd miss you a lot. Oh, we like you. Oh, even Mr. Purvis likes you.
There's something else I want to talk to you about. Your friend, Mr. Purvis.
Oh, he's a strong, rugged man, Mr. Purvis. He wakes up by himself in the morning. He sleeps in the park, you know.
Yeah. I know he sleeps in the park, but he eats here. Every time I walk into the kitchen, he's eating.
He's a proud man, Mr. Purvis. Oh, he's very proud. I tell him he can owe us for the food, but no, sir. He refuses to owe any man. He insists we give it to him outright. Oh, he's proud.
He's a proud man, Mr. Purvis. And he's neat, too.
Yes. Oh, so that reminds me, I must run out and get the latest paper from Mr. Purvis. Oh, he doesn't like to sleep under yesterday's paper.
I'll see you later.
Yes.
Gracie, you've got to tell your Uncle John to go back home. He and that Purvis are driving me nuts. There isn't one pickle left in that kitchen.
Well, if certain people would be more romantic to certain people, then certain people wouldn't need their uncles around to keep certain people from getting lonesome.
You mean if I go through with the second courtship business, you'll send them home?
Certain people catch on very quickly.
It's not hard when certain people hit them with a club. What do I have to do?
Well, we'll pretend we're single, and you ask me for a date tonight.
Okay. How about a date tonight?
Oh, no, not like that. First, tell me you love me.
I love you.
You love me madly.
I love you madly.
Now, say it with feeling, like you meant it.
I love you madly.
Now, ask me for a date.
How about a date tonight?
How about a date tonight, darling?
How about a date tonight, darling?
Well, put some passion in it.
How about a date tonight, darling?
Now, let's hear the whole speech.
I love you madly. How about a date tonight, darling?
Sorry, I'm busy.
You're busy?
Oh, no, I'm not really. I just said that so you'd think I was very popular. Now, don't forget, you're going to propose tonight.
Just better get rid of your Uncle John.
Oh, come in.
Hi, boys.
Hello, Bill.
Say, have you got any plans for tonight?
I'm afraid so, Bill. Tonight is something I've been waiting for 16 years. George is going to ask me to marry him.
To marry him? Impetuous little beaver, isn't he?
It's a gag, Bill. Gracie wants me to court her again.
Oh.
It's so silly. I courted her 16 years ago.
But that courtship has grown cold.
If you think that one's cold, wait till you get this one.
Switching networks didn't slow you down a bit, did it?
George, I just had a sensational idea. We'll really make tonight's date just like old times. Bill, you can be Riley Jackson.
Who's Riley Jackson?
He was my rival for Gracie's hand. I guess you know who lost.
Yeah, Gracie.
That you could have left with NBC.
Riley Jackson was Mother's choice, Bill. He was the bartender, and every Saturday night when he came to call, he'd bring something for Mother.
Really? What did he bring?
Father.
Yeah, they were each carrying a load.
Now, come on, boys. You're rivals, and you both want me to go out with you tonight. Start rivaling.
Okay. Well, go out with me, Gracie. We'll go to Sam's Delicatessen, where they've got great pickles.
Go with me, Gracie. We'll go up on Mulholland Drive and park in the moonlight. I can do better than George with one hand tied behind me.
Well, tie both hands and I'll consider it.
Well, all right. I'll take you to Ciro's then. The Mocambo, Romanovs, the Brown Derby. How about it?
Well, where will you take me, George?
You'll love Sam's pickles.
My, it's hard to decide. Oh, I'll tell you what. Each of you kiss me, and then I'll make my decision.
Oh, no. That's
George. That's the way it actually happened. And besides, you've got nothing to worry about. I picked you, and I can't change history.
No. All right. Here's my kiss.
And now you, Riley Jackson.
Get ready, baby.
George?
What?
Let's do this over again, and this time you be Riley Jackson and Bill will be George.
Goodwin, folks. Every week at this time, I ask you this question. Are you reducing tooth decay with Amident ammoniated toothpaste? Are you? Have you tried this amazing new discovery to reduce tooth decay, Amident toothpaste? Are your children using Amident to help protect them from the pain and grief of ugly cavities every time they brush their teeth? Yes, Amident is a revolutionary discovery, a genuine ammoniated toothpaste. That means it contains 2 wonderful ingredients to help prevent cavities. No other leading toothpaste contains these ingredients. No wonder more dentists recommend Amident toothpaste and tooth powder than any other dentifrice. But make no mistake, Amident toothpaste still does everything your regular toothpaste can do. Cleans teeth superbly. It checks unpleasant breath. And as for taste, you'll love it. The single difference between Amident and regular toothpaste is this. Amident actually does help prevent cavities because Amident is ammoniated. So if you want truly effective anti-decay action in toothpaste form, ask for Amident. A-M-M-I-D-E-N-T. Amident toothpaste at your drug counter. Next week, I hope you'll answer yes when I ask, are you reducing tooth decay with Amident toothpaste? Ever hear of the Taft-Gracie law? Well, that's Gracie's new plan to keep romance alive in marriages. And it states that every year couples become single again, whereupon the husband must recourt his wife. On the promise that Gracie's Uncle John would move out, George has agreed. And we now find the Burnses having a date.
Oh, George, I enjoyed that movie. Humphrey Bogart is so wonderful.
Lauren Bacall is quite a dish, too. I'd like to talk to Bogart someday.
What about?
Well, a man is naturally curious to know what it's like to be married to a gorgeous, seductive siren.
I don't think our marriage is any of his business.
I'll quit while I'm ahead.
And besides, dear, we're not married tonight, remember?
I've been trying to forget.
Oh, now, George, we're going to have fun. We'll do everything just like we did on our first date. Come on, let's go into this drugstore.
Is that where I took you on our first date?
Mm-hmm. And, George, I want you to order the same thing tonight you ordered then. What a thrill I got when you said to the man, 1 vanilla soda with 2 straws.
I couldn't order a soda with 2 straws now, Gracie. I'd be embarrassed to death.
Well, now you've got to. Everything must be exactly the same.
But, Gracie,
Oh, please, George.
Oh, all right. Come on.
Hello, folks. Sit right down here.
Thanks.
Funny thing, 2 of those silly high school kids were just sitting there. What do you think they ordered? 1 soda with 2 straws. Did you ever hear of anything sillier than that? The whole time they were in here, I was trying to guess whether it was love or the 15 cents. Yeah. Well, what would you folks like?
Who, us?
Sure.
Well, tell them what we'd like, George.
Yeah, what do you want?
A vanilla soda and 2 straws.
Well, anyhow, with you, Bud, I don't have to do any guessing.
Just get the soda, Bud, and never mind the conversation.
Okay. That was vanilla, wasn't it?
Yes.
You know, we serve a scoop of ice cream in our sodas.
So what?
So would you like 2 spoons, or will you wrestle her for that?
Get the soda.
Oh, thanks for the soda, dear. I'm sorry you got into a fight with that clerk.
He got too fresh to suit me.
Oh, you sure shut him up. When he said he'd knock you down, he didn't know who he was talking to.
No.
But when you got up, you told him.
That big coward. Hitting a man with glasses.
Yeah, and he didn't even take the soda out of them.
Well, let's go home. I've had enough of this.
Oh, but darling, we haven't had our stroll in the park yet. That's the way you proposed to me, remember?
Gracie, I'm tired and my feet hurt.
You want Uncle John to leave, don't you?
Well, okay, we'll go to the park. At least I can sit on a bench and rest my feet and feed the squirrels peanuts.
Feed the squirrels peanuts when you've got me?
Well, I'll give them their choice. Let's go.
It's nice here in the park. I love being in the great out of doors with you, George. It makes me feel like Tarzan's mate. Tarzan's mate.
I heard you the first time. That was an owl up in the tree.
Oh. Anyway, I think of myself as Tarzan's mate. Tarzan's mate.
That was the owl again.
Nosy, isn't he?
Knows the owl, yes.
You're not acting very romantic, George.
I don't feel romantic.
Oh, maybe I should have dated Riley Jackson.
Who?
There's that nosy owl again.
That was me. Who was it you should have dated?
Riley Jackson. Riley Jackson.
That was the owl.
Now, that was the fellow who used to bring my father home.
I meant it was the owl that said who.
Oh, I thought you said it.
I said it the first time. Me.
That was the owl.
For Pete's sake, let's go home.
No, wait, George. You haven't proposed to me yet.
I can't think of anything to say.
Well, get down on your knees, and it'll come to you.
Oh, all right. Oh, boy. I feel like Ethel Jolson.
I wish you felt more like Larry Parks.
Gracie, I hear someone coming. Help me up.
Oh, it's Bill Goodwin.
He looks just like that owl.
Oh, and there's a girl with him, Natch. Oh, hello, Bill.
Oh, it's George and Gracie. Folks, I'd like you to meet the girl, my one and only sweetheart. This is Miss Roberts.
No, my name is Bramford.
Oh, pardon me. I thought this was Tuesday.
Would you like to share this bench with us?
Well, George, we better find a bench of our own. See, I'm going to pop the question tonight.
Oh.
Come on, Peggy. We'll see you later, folks.
George, did you hear that? Bill's going to pop the question. Go hide under their bench and listen.
What? Hide?
Well, you'll learn how it's done by an expert.
Gracie, I wouldn't think of hiding under their bench. Bill might say something I shouldn't hear. Why, he might even... Wait here, kid.
Peggy, darling.
Yes, Bill, honey?
There's something I've been wanting to ask you.
I know, Bill, and I've been wanting you to.
If you say yes, you'll make me the happiest man in the world.
Well, ask me, darling. I'm waiting.
Are you reducing tooth decay with Amadent ammoniated toothpaste?
Of course I'll marry you, and we'll be... What did you say?
You love the sparkling smile Amadent gives you, Peggy. It leaves your teeth bright, and you say your mouth never felt so clean. Amadent is a grand wake-up toothpaste.
Bill, we didn't come out here to brush our teeth, did we?
Oh, no, but it's an idea. Amadent tastes delightful. That's why it's easy to get children to use it. And it's wonderful to know that Amadent is helping to protect their teeth against decay. Amadent has been tested and commended by Parents Magazine.
But, Bill, I thought... Oh.
Huh? What's the matter, Peggy?
Well, There's something under our bench. It's dark under there, but I can hear it moving.
Well, it's probably just a gopher. Forget it.
Now, I better look. Bill,
What?
do gophers wear glasses?
Oh, Peggy, don't be silly. Let me look under there. By golly, they do.
Well, George, what did Bill say?
He said Amident reduces tooth decay.
Oh, now why can't you think of sweet things like that?
I've got no imagination.
Well, come on, George. I've waited long enough. I want you to propose to me.
Oh, all right. Wait till I get down on my knees again. Oh, there. Now, will you marry me?
Well, I can't. You're much too short for me.
I'm on my knees.
Oh, my, this is so romantic.
If this is romantic, one of us is crazy.
Mm.
You know who, you Popeye.
Hi, Mr. Purvis. Mr. Purvis, what are you doing here at this time of night? Oh, it's late. It's late.
Uncle John, I ran all the way over here from the park. I just had a terrible shock.
What was it?
I'm sleeping in a park. I hear a man talking. I sneak up close so I can see his face. It's Mr. Burns.
Oh, that was a shock.
I ain't come to the gruesome part yet. He was proposing marriage to your niece, Gracie.
Oh, that's sweet.
Don't you realize what this means? They ain't married. They're living here without benefit of Lohengrin.
Oh, Mr. Purvis, this is awful.
Well, home at last, darling. Thanks for being so sweet to me tonight.
You know, Gracie, maybe this idea of yours had something after all. I'm beginning to feel romantic as heck.
Oh, I knew it would work, sweetheart.
I kiss your hand, madame.
Oh, George. You're acting just like a Frenchman.
Bonjour. Hey, Gracie,
What?
I dare you to try that French negligee on me tonight.
All right. But I still think it'll look better on me.
Let's go in the house so you can put it on.
Well, would you like to carry me across the threshold?
I sure would. Here goes.
Well, shall we try piggyback?
No, I've got you now. Put the key in the lock.
Yes. Oh.
For shame!
Drop that woman.
Mr. Purvis, get out of this house.
After you cad.
Now, don't worry, Gracie. We'll protect you. We'll protect you.
Why, Uncle John, don't hold that shotgun to George's head. It might go off and wake up the whole neighborhood.
What's going on here tonight?
There ain't nothing going on here tonight. You're swamming to the YMCA.
Scram yourself.
Uncle John, when I count three, blast them. 1.
Hold it. I'm going. Fine romantic night this turned out to be. I'll spend it at the YMCA.
No, wait, George. It can still be romantic.
How?
Well, I'll go get you the negligee.
It won't fit me.
George and Gracie return in just a moment. Join us again next Wednesday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Amident Orchestra. Now here are our stars.
We're a little late, folks. Good night.
Have you noticed the new low price on Amident tooth powder? That's because the enormous volume on Amident has enabled us to reduce the price. Yes, Amident is now the world's largest selling tooth powder. And no wonder. Amident contains 3 times more ammonia-releasing anti-decay ingredients than any other ammoniated powder. 3 times more ammoniated protection for you. So if you like toothpaste, get Amident toothpaste. If you prefer tooth powder, take advantage of the new low price on Amident tooth powder. Look for the Amident ad featuring Robert Young, star of Father Knows Best, heard Thursdays over another network. Until next Wednesday, good night and good health from the makers of Amident, the ammoniated toothpaste and tooth powder, recommended by more dentists than any other dentifrice. The George Burns and Gracie Allen program was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Paul Henning, and was produced and directed by William Burns.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.